Alright. I'll do one more. Alright, he's focused on cook. Alright. Yeah. Alright, guys. Let's see here. He's going, hey, Flynn, what's going on? What's your, hey, Izzy. And Nathaniel. Hey, okay. Let's see. Quick one. But we need to not. I got an idea. I'll do it real quick. Let's see if I can pull it off. All right, let's get rid of this real quick. Do it one time. Okay. Turn this down. Okay. Okay, there we go. Where is the...
So, ladies and gentlemen,
not really interesting. I'm actually already. I'm kind of waiting on something. Brother, how much do you love your move? Love your move? What? English, bro. The thickening has come. Hold on. I'm trying to find something. I'm actually waiting on something for someone to send me something. Let me see. Please tell me she didn't send it. Come on. Send me the thing. Yeah, but I love drawing. Okay. Okay. Barrel roll. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Not this pose. This pose is a little too complicated. Not that pose. Go a better pose. Something a lot more lively. That was too stiff. Something more dynamic. We can go with this one. Yeah, we'll go with this one. This was a little more. Yee. Make that better. That's nice. It's alright. Beautiful. I see it. I see what she meant when she said, oh, I get it now. It does make much of a difference in the drawing itself. Okay. Okay. It kind of makes sense now. She said whenever she does the drawing, she always draws the eyes first. And I think I understand what she meant by this when trying to capture the pose. Oh, I get it now. Okay, I get what she meant by this. Okay. So if I were to draw this, she would draw the face first and then put the eyes in as stylized as possible, and then everything will be a sketch. I think I understand what she meant by this because it captures more attention to the character more. Alright, I might have to do that. I might have to try that. I might have to try that. Give it a try. Okay. I'm still waiting on the video to come through. Did she send the video? I don't think she did. I need the video so we can do the drawmation. I was just wasting time, but she didn't send it. I gotta check if she... Oh my god. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. She did send it. Okay. That's what I needed. Alright. Hold on. One last thing. You have to send me a message first on... How did I not? What? Nah. There you go. You got your stupid message. Is it gonna work? Which account is that? What the fuck? You can only send up to 3 messages since the customers blah blah blah. Business chat? Why on a business chat? What the fuck? I don't know. I don't have time for this. Alright. I'll do one last warm-up and then we'll get straight to the animatic. Actually, you know what? I'll do like one poster and then we'll do the animatic. At least it doesn't feel like a big nothing. So, let's see. What should I do? What poses should I find? Okay. Let's see. Alright, let's see. Something that is... trying to find that one dynamic pose that really speaks. Hello. Hey, Caitlin, what's going on, bro? Okay. Howie. How goes it? 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 Trying to find something worth a damn. I don't like picking just generic poses. It just feels like fucking more. Sure. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so let's do one pose. Okay, like that. That's awesome. That's awesome. Hope it comes out amazing. Let's go. Get that cosplay, bro. Now, do you look the part of Zoro? Do you have the bod, bro? If not, then that's just half the battle. Ah, okay. It's Tanjiro, okay. They know Zoro. I heard a name, I forgot this not saying. Alright, I gotcha. Let's get it. Get that cosplay, bro. That. Oop. There's a little. Grab this. Okay. Hey, Radio. What's going on, my dude? Okay. Let's see here. Not that one. Not that one either. Okay. I want to, but I don't want to. I want to, but I do. But I don't know. Maybe I should. Maybe I. Huh. I got an idea. It kind of makes me want to try it, though. Maybe I should. Okay, I should. Let's see. Okay, I said I was gonna make a poster, right? Instead of making you know, I think of it now. Let me see here. Let me see. When I think of it now, I don't think I'm going. Yes, I always do that. Let's see. I draw bitches because it brings people in. It always brings people in. When I draw dudes, you guys don't stare. I think of it now. Okay, I got an idea. Okay, so how I'm gonna do this? Okay, this kind of gets me kind of excited to try this. Okay, I'm gonna do the boy first, the girl. Okay, how many characters? I think there's a total of 5 characters. So if I do the dude first, no, I'll do the girl first. I'll do the girl first, and then I'll do the dude, and then the other 3. All right. So what I'll do is, let me see, because obviously that's gonna bring people in and get curious and say, what is this? Let me see. I need to find a good pose. I know exactly what pose she should be doing. I don't know. Girl. Foot. Okay. Pose. Oh, come on. What is wrong with... Yeah, I seriously. Okay, the pose. I need a fighting pose. I need a fighting pose. I need to find the right one. Right pose. Right pose. That's good. That's good. Keep that practice going. I'll find something. Maybe. I want this to actually look good. I don't want to make it generic. So let me think. The fight pose would be more like. Okay. Maybe that one. Yeah, we'll go with that fight pose. We'll go with that fight pose. Poses like that. Maybe I should do the one with the kick. More like the kick. Alright, we'll go with this one. Maybe I might work with this one. I'll just make the allure half different. Alright, so let's go back to our work. Too many things open. God damn. It's gonna be the death of me, I swear. That instance. Every day, every night, every morning, Sound under you, sound under me, sound under me. High and high. 夢で見てしまったんだというも一緒にやってきましたあの日のあなたがSome got to you, some got to me, some got to you, high and high. High and high. 夢で見てしまったのな思い出は本当と一緒にやってきましたあの時のSound under you, sound under me, high under high. Only the one I'm looking at, high under high. High under high. Sound under me, sound under me, sound under me, sound under you, sound under you. Okay, there we go. Okay. Kimi no koto ga suki da kedo 君はどうなんだろう、不安な気持ち言えるわけもない弱虫なだけなんだろうな世界中のそこら中に僕より素敵な人ばかり自信なんて剥がれちまったな君も Welcome back. Hey, Michelle. I don't know why, I don't know why, I don't know why. I don't know why, I don't know why, I don't know why. No. I have not. Okay. Like that. And then like that. Okay. Let's hope. Thank you. Okay. don't know why. I don't know why, I don't know why, I don't know why. I don't know why, I don't know why.君のない聞かせてよアイデンティティをその先の未来に僕をこうかたスキングしてよ同じ口なんていらない優しさで今は埋めて二人のスイーツキャンディータイム Oh yeah君愛 Oh yeah Official, what's going on? Hey, hey, hey.
ことでした。大人たちに言われた未来は絶対安全安心平行いつもあって怪我する夏が一番なんだ。確かにその通りなんだと次に生まれたあなたの言葉だりといい曲だっても申し訳ない俺はバカだ。笑顔のたいもしててもきっと好きなもの追いかけたいだけで周りの迷惑よりもきっと一度と道走るのに精一杯絶対当て足こいつもあって残念だね命の息切れ明日の今頃もきっと夢見てるだけのただのガキで止まれないんだが高い誰もが山積みなんだ雑草のように泥水すりながらでも見たいなのったら見れるまで季節注ぎ込むんだわかりましたありがとう俺のため思っての助言であなたの経験なんできっと俺はダメな人間なんでしょうけどそれでもだって待てやめてよ邪魔しないで今は直したんだやってみなきゃわからない場所だそれをやってるのは俺だ例えばブームがこれだとか明日の天気が雨だとかそれでも走り続けたいだけでやめるための言葉はいらないの明日の自分に伝えましょう昨日の俺はまだ味方だって大丈夫だ心配ないお前の夢はお前自身が応援してると
なんだ
絶対止まれない今は絶対したいことが山積みなんだ雑草のように泥をすりながらでも見たい見れるまで自然注ぎ込むんだ
先は逃げない世界わからないわかそうそう Always survivor Who never gives up 当たり前になるほど僕らはそんなチャンスをその足で歩いてきたんだろうその目で見た景色を忘れることなかり君を願う探した旧車両 Always a stranger 君は素敵な素敵な綺麗な綺麗な世界を求めた世界を求めた偽りなくいるどこかにその Where's what? What you say? She song exists. She's not original. This is an existing character. Ah, check it out then. Check it out. Okay, there you go. How's that there? All right. Yeah. No problem. Every day, every day. Okay. Fingers are like this. All right, like that. Okay. I want... No, we gotta pay for that. I don't do free work. Think you might need to commission, not gonna lie, artist. Gotcha, bro. I understand, my dude. I still feel like this, get the nose, the minute don't fall off. I may have to make some changes. Yeah, I may have to make some changes to this. Thank you for the gift, I appreciate it. I'm low-key broke. Oh, I thought he was talking to me about the acquisition or something. No, I was talking about whoever was talking about their PFP being drawn. I don't do that for free. Hey, you have to pay for that. Anyone who said anything about their PFP being drawn, you have to pay for that. I don't do free work when people ask me. I don't do free requests, I'm saying. Let me see here. All right, so
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the time closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye.
And thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. If I didn't say that earlier.
I forgive the pain you gave to me so long ago. Sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts where you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye. I'm gone, I need to be strong. The darkness had tried to swallow me. Some days I fall, but I need a call. I'm afraid I don't let the cloud. Gravity.
All right. So while we are listening, we can play. I'll play some videos here. So what we're seeing here. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. It says here for more. Streamer gets shot on live on stream. Apparently.
It looks like 2020.
Oh, excuse me. All right. Sorry for.
26 is starting off with a bang, like quite literally. As this kick streamer by the name of Convi, literally an hour ago at the time of this recording, just got shot at live in New York City while he was talking to some people in a car. Check it out.
Single week? What are you talking about?
KCIP is $5. What you talking about?
What the?
Oh shit.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, crazy situation just happened. These guys were just in the car, they in the vehicle, they were just, collabing, talking about some stuff after I think they were coming back from the studio. And basically, TLDR, this happened because a lot of these kick streamers, they like to hang out with gangsters, right? And apparently this Twitch streamer, Convi, right here, as you can see on the left-hand side, he was collaborating with one of, I think, K-Flock. K-Flock is a former drill artist in New York City who's locked up, I believe, in Rikers for like the next 20 or 30 years. Like, he's gonna get out as an old man. But basically, he has ops, K-Flock's ops. Shout out this guy because this streamer, Kanye, based off of what I heard, streamed with one of his affiliates, or one of his gang affiliates, as you can see here in this footage. And by the way, guys, before I go any further, because I know it's a common thing for content creators, Twitch streamers, kick streamers, in the urban content space to try and collab with gangsters or gang-affiliated people, and I just gotta say, it's not worth it. What are you doing? You're not about that life. You don't sell drugs. You don't rob people. You don't do B&Es, breaking and entering. You don't push weight. So what are you doing trying to act tough, collaborating with these people when you don't need to? Just stream to your little audience. Do your little reaction videos. Make money and live life on easy mode. What are you... It's just weird. And additionally, someone posted in the comment section, crazy at the 2-second mark, they said, you see a green dot laser pointer at the other guy's head. This guy right here. And upon further inspection, I did see a little speckle of light right here, I think. Let me see, a green dot. Let me try and get the perfect frame. I literally just saw it. Hold on. Oh, right there.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Don't live this life. Don't live this life. Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
further inspection, I did see a little speckle of light right here, I think. Let me see, a green
Oh,
dot. Let me try
shit.
and get the perfect frame. I literally just saw it. Hold on.
I just saw
right there.
there. Oh my God. Don't live this life. Your time is never. Oh, shit. Oh my God. Hawaiian culture is not worth it, bro. I'm dead serious. Holy shit. He must be dead. Damn, bro. Almost got slimed. Oh my God.
Here. So guys, right there at the 2-second mark, you can see the laser right there. Aim on his head, man. That is crazy work. Imagine getting killed because you collaborated with a gang member affiliate, and because of that, you almost get shot by one of their ops. And by
Oh, that's saying birds and a feather flock together, regardless of using with the birds for a very long time. Death does not discriminate against gender, race, religion. Death comes for all of us. So don't make it faster for yourself. I'm just saying. But hey, to each their own.
the way, of course, Nico always gets wrapped up in this stuff too, because he's, you know, one of Kick's biggest streamers. He basically talked to Convy before he even got wrapped up in this shit, telling him,
Bro, I'm doing the same shit. I'm about to go to a hood. I'm about to go buy all red and then go to the hood. What you think?
bro said, I'm about to go buy all red and head to the hood. Like, why would you
You're gonna
even
buy all red? The fuck?
do something like that?
Why?
Why are you tempting fate like that?
Yeah, what the
Don't do
fuck?
that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm getting marketing. I want to go viral. You feel me?
All right, die then. Die then. I don't give a fuck. You want to go viral? Go viral for some views. You gotta die then. You a dumbass. You violate your some views or some money for your life. Dumbass. When you're young and stupid. When you're young and stupid, you say shit like this and don't think nothing's wrong with it. I'm gonna go viral. I'm gonna go viral. All right, go viral. Go viral while you're dead.
I want to leave New York
Stupid.
viral. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Now,
Viral.
listen, ladies and gentlemen, understand that this guy, he's clout chasing and he wants to go viral, but understand he's also retarded. Like, a lot of these guys are not mutually exclusive in terms of being clout chasers and just retarded individuals.
They're not even exclusive being smart either. They just get lucky. Most cases, they're not even like a marketing genius. They're usually just a lucky motherfucker. They got lucky. They met the right people at the right time. I think that kind of goes for Speed to a degree. I know Speed don't really do this shit. I don't think he does. Unlike Sneeko and what's his name? Neon and I guess Jack Dorothy to a degree, and them two island motherfuckers. Like, straight up, I'm gonna tell you right now. Most of them got lucky, met the right person, right time, right place, and then that's usually what happened. Now, Speed was doing streams since middle school. I get that, but he wasn't. I don't think he was collaborating with rappers like that. I don't think so. Not like Neon and fucking Jack Dorothy and then what's another one name? Aiden Ross. I don't think he was doing shit like that. I think Kai was doing that more than he was. Shit, to be honest. But like, usually these people just got lucky. Right place, right time, right streams, right whatever. It's usually just the luck of the draw. Shit.
Individuals in general. And here, as you can see, Sneeko was just looking at him, or, you know, streaming and talking to this guy on the phone, like, why would you do that? He told him, no, don't do that. Don't do that.
I don't think Speed collaborated like that, so I think Speed really out there pure skill. I think pure skill and pure luck, to be honest. Because honestly, the shit that Speed did in the past would have got probably anyone else canceled. Because like for instance, the one when he was like dorking towards Chica and his dick fell out, or the one when he was telling that girl if it was her and him on the planet and there was only two of us on the planet, would you hit? And then she's like, well, if I'm not interested, I'm not going to do it. And then he said to her directly in her face on stream in front of everyone saying, who's going to stop me? Right? Who's going to stop me? At first, you think it's funny, but I know he was doing a bit. But anyone else who told a girl directly in her face on stream said, who's going to stop me from taking it when it's just you and me? Usually most people will take that as an offense and come after him. You know what I'm saying? So it's right time, right place. You just didn't piss off people long enough or hard enough. That's it. You got lucky. Because that was not even a marketing tactic. I think he was just trying to be funny. He was trying to get clicks. But let's be honest, that was the luck of the draw. Because anyone said that, if Jack Doherty said exactly what Steam said with the same bravado, straight up his ass would have been over. Or Sneeko. What to do when my cat in my brother's mouth? I don't know. Drink it. All right, so the point is here is like, that's the point. That's the point.
So, you know, there's a possibility of these YNs in this modern day and age literally getting emotional and shooting at anybody affiliated with their ops. Like, this happens all the time. And now Buddy got, you know, what he wanted. He's going viral. You know, he's definitely going viral. And by the way, here's that footage of him collaborating with a gang member affiliate.
And you know what's crazy? This is why I hate YN culture. I hate it more than anything. Because in YN culture, there's a bunch of boys who died for so little, for so less, for literally absolutely nothing, because they had some form of disagreement. Some form of disagreement, not even something serious. Like, you know, it's usually something small and something stupid. This is why I don't take YN culture seriously, because if someone like what's his name, 6ix9ine can still walk around the way he is, and he put down a whole syndicate of people. Yeah, he got beat up a little bit, but he didn't get killed. Right? But there's YNs who died for much less over like one Twitter beef. A Twitter beef. 6ix9ine is... no, he's not. No, he is not. He is not in prison. No, he's out. He's running about. Let me see. I don't think he's in prison. Because he was doing some type of streams with some streamers. Let me see. American 6ix9ine is currently in jail. Oh, he just got in jail. Hold on, he said, oh, okay. Yes, American rapper 6ix9ine Daniel Hernandez, what's his name, is currently in jail as of January 2026, serving a 3-month sentence. Oh, a 3-month sentence, that's nothing. Okay, he's violating his, he violated his racketeering, his probation or some shit. Oh, he'll be out. He's 3 months. That is nothing. He'll be out. And plus, he's a celebrity, so he's gonna be in, like, safe prison jail. He's not gonna be like mingling with the regular demons. So he'll be fine. He'll be out in 3 months. That'll be like 2 weeks. Shit, he'll be fine. He violated some stupid supervised thing. He ain't thing. Yeah, that's luxury jail. He ain't going no jail. Same as Diddy. Diddy's in luxury jail where they don't fuck with you like that. So when he's got a name, they don't fuck with you like that. He was in the same prison as... Yeah, they're going to be fine. He'll be fine. He's going to be in luxury jail. Luxury jail is different from... Like, when you have a name like that, like Diddy, a 6ix9ine, a Drake, a Eminem, a 50 Cent, you know what I'm saying? Like, any type of... If you have celebrity status, you're not going to be mingling with the commoners. Not going to lie, that ain't fair. It ain't fair, but, you know... It ain't fair. But we don't want him dying in jail at the same time. Like, yes, he's not a great person, but then again, putting him in prison just to kill him doesn't make any sense. And if that's the case, we'll just put him on death row then. But that's life again. Yeah, that's life. But then again, it's like, this is why I don't like YN culture at all. I despise it beyond anything. I don't think it's cool. I don't think it's healthy at all. It's not something that I would ever entice anyone to get into. Call me a bitch if you want. I'm a bitch. Go ahead. But, like, I am the one alive, and you are going to end yourself. So, remember, me being a bitch is alive, and you being tough is dead. So, remember that. I don't think status should make you safer like him. It shouldn't, but then again, it should at the same time, because what happens is, if you have status, right, everyone knows you, so everyone's gonna fuck with you, right? Everyone's gonna fuck with you. Everyone's gonna fuck with you. See, the thing is, you could be a person who has never done anything crazy, had one bad day, and go to prison for something, and then everyone who knows you will try to fuck with you just because they can. That's the reason. So, like, say you're like a Ed, what's his name? What's his name? The singer? Oh my god. Ed something. What the fuck is his name? Red hair. He got red hair. Oh my god, what's his name? Prison, oh my gosh, I hate my autocorrect. I got you. Okay, say you're like Justin Bieber. Or something. And you got into some trouble where you have to go to prison. But you didn't do anything heinous, but it is like, say you didn't pay your taxes. Let's say that. You say you didn't pay his taxes. His back taxes. So he has to go to prison for 2 years. Or some shit like that. If he goes to regular prison with everyone, he's going to get fucked with. Because now what's going to happen is, even if he's not a person who does tough stuff, him just being Justin Bieber tells them in the back of their head, I can fuck with this dude and he's on the same level as me. And now everyone knows who he is. It's not like you're just some prisoner who might get fucked with. You're a prisoner who's going to get fucked with. Ed Sheeran, yeah, Ed Sheeran. So, like, say you're Ed Sheeran, you didn't pay your taxes, just like how Wesley Snipes went to jail for not paying his taxes or some shit. He went to prison for a good while. So, like, that's why it makes no sense to put people who have status in the same room as people who don't. You know what I'm saying? That even goes for, like, certain gang members, too. Gang leaders. If you're, like well-known like that, they're going to put you in a different cell. Because now you have an enemy that's going to kill you. And we don't need people dying in prison under our watch. Because if they're just going to get killed in prison, might as well just put them in the chair. They usually ain't learning nothing, though. Well, then they should have learned that way back when. But then again, that's prison for you. Most people in prison don't learn anything. Anyway, they're not going to come out. Most people, they like to do this thing like they reform. In most cases, they don't reform. They just survived. That's what happened. What happens is they'll say, are you reformed? They ask the question after you're, like, done with your sentence, and you're supposed to say yes, or a case may be. But mostly, they didn't really reform. They just survived the whole entire time. I don't usually hear a gang leader get, you'll be, like, I think Suge Knight was one of them. He was a former gang leader and rapper. Okay, special treat. They usually get that special treatment from cellmates. Yeah, but they also know if you have status. Not like, you have to have status like you have to be known. Not just a gang member. Like, you have to be known. Not like you're kind of known amongst your peers type shit. You have to be known, like you're on TV type shit. Like a mafia type family type shit. Like a Italian mafia family that's like part of like New York. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know they're a crime family. They know they're a crime family, but we can't touch them because X, Y, and Z. Yeah, gang celebrity to a degree. So, like, say like a mafia head honcho or some shit.
So I think this is the guy who's a part of K-Flock's gang. Again, that is just what I heard. They're, part of that gang up there. I could be completely wrong. The comment sections are not always accurate, so don't quote me.
Not really listen to the lyrics. Keep taking the flows on ride your song, really be doing it.
All right, I can't play the music, but you get the point. Let me skip around. So this is Convy right here. Convy, I think he's a guy from Florida, right? And there was this whole meme about his aunt being some kind of P-star or whatever. But now he's up here.
Wow, we live in that culture. We are so fucked. We are so fucked. You can't tell me we're not. I like how you try to drive past that so fast. Oh no, motherfucker. We ain't going to just ignore that. We ain't ignoring that. What the fuck? Now we live in that time now where you can be like a Twitch streamer, a content creator, and people know you long enough, or your business out there, be like, oh, I don't know, I think his aunt is a P star or some shit. I'm like, bro, you can't just say that like normally. That's how That's how degenerate or how far what's the right word? Far lost we are as a society. Because saying shit like that was enough to get you in trouble. But like the fact that he said that so normally and so fast, his on is just a P star. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, okay, just drive that past me. You're not gonna do that. Why they be trying to pretend to be part of the because the vetting is not okay. A lot of kids, mostly like young boys, don't have anything and they want to be part of something, whether it's notorious or not. So usually fatherless boys like this usually want to be part of a movement or something because they lack purpose, right? That's why bro can tell you directly in your face, I want to go viral and go wear red in the hood. You know what I'm saying? And thinking that's not going to get him in trouble. That's not going to put him in any... Because the vetting process is not like... It's either you around other fake dudes who are faking it, or you're around people who are about that life and going to vet you and put you on the spot. But it's hard to tell who's a fake and who's not till someone says something, because it's based on who you know. In most cases, like, who do you know? They always ask, who do you know? And that's not even good enough sometimes. But like most cases, like especially as like an old head, they'd be like, who do you know? I don't know you. I've never seen you around here. What the fuck you talking about? What are you talking about? What is this? X, Y. You know what I'm saying? They try to press you as fast as possible. See, sometimes it's an attack to see how fast you jump. So it's like, this type of culture is not worth it because it's a bunch of fakers majority of the time. There's more fakers than real ones. Because real ones don't have to say it. Usually, most times, real ones don't have to say it. They're incognito mode trying to stay low. And the ones who are trying to be like loud as shit is usually the fake ones. You know what I'm saying? It's a bravado thing. It's a stoic thing. It's a bunch of things. But it's like a bunch of fake stoic people trying to be fake. But most of these boys are usually soft because they don't know how to carry themselves. They have no dad to guide them. They have no father figure to guide them. They really have no one. They're usually on their own. This is why most men are just like kind of like winging it and hoping for the best. That's why bro's going to take a chance with his life to go viral to hope that he makes some money. Now he got a gun. He probably got a bullet in his head. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard for young boys to, you know.
New York City, like literally collaborating with gang members. And for what? You know why? And the crazy thing is, as you all already know, gang members, especially ones in New York City, are notoriously known for snitching on themselves. As posted by this guy by the name of _QB6X. He said, in 23, working on my jumper with 4 demon emojis. Literally, they're saying that this guy is the one who shot at Condi and his guys in that car. He literally screenshotted the Citizen.com app that says 4.8 miles away, 1050.
Again, this is why I say most of these young boys are not really running with intelligence. They're usually low IQ individuals, majority of the time. They're usually low IQ individuals who don't really know how to read, much less use critical thinking. And that's not technically their fault, per se. I blame the parents. I blame the education system. I just blame, well, mainly the parents. And usually when you look at these young boys, they're coming from broken homes for parents who didn't do the right things by them in the first place. So they have to just figure it out, wing it, and hope for the best. You know what I'm saying? So like it's hard to like sometimes even judge them for the things that they do, because they end up, if you look back in their past, they usually become this way because their parents didn't do what they were supposed to do, like take care of them, give them the love they need, give them a home, give them like a loving home. They're always at contending with other insane people around them because the parents bring that around them, whether it's like gang culture or just horrible individuals who just kind of had children and because they could, or just because they just needed a passion at one time, they just needed a nut, and then that nut ended up being a whole 20 years of confusion, masked like resentment over time. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of shit. It's a bunch of shit.
Hinton Ave on, it looks like East 176th Street. So would this be like in Harlem? Actually, no, this is in the Bronx. Sorry, I don't know my New York streets. As you can see here, I am on Google Maps, and let's see if I drag this guy right here, you can see this would be the general area vicinity in the Bronx. Obviously, the Bronx is very dangerous, a lot of gang members, etc., etc. So yeah, that's the general area, basically the hood. But it's just like, why would you snitch on yourself like that? And of course,
because they're low IQ individuals. They do not use their brains. It's simple as that. Actually, you just make it easier for the police to come after you. Oh yeah, there usually a lot of drugstores conveniently by, yeah, usually drugstores. They're just low IQ individuals. I'm sorry, it just is what it is. So, and they'll snitch on themselves almost instantly because the clout is more important than their safety or them at least laying low after doing a crime. They need to be seen. They need to be known. That's the point. The point of why they do this is because they lack validation. So they rather be known as the dude who shot at someone than be known that the person shot at him. That's usually what it is. So
took it upon myself the liberty to go to his Instagram page. And of course, on his Instagram page, it's not private yet, but I'm pretty sure it'll be private or it'll go down. And, you know, he has Bronx in his bio. Listen, all the pieces are here, right? And people in the comment section are saying, why y'all flocked at streamers, creeps? It's sad. Someone said cuff him, which is another kick streamer. Finna body you now, gang. Somebody said quit music. Somebody said, why your mans shot at Convy? Another commenter said, you just got posted all over X, aka Twitter. You should probably deactivate, but that's too late. And someone below said, the Jewish lawyers about to have a field day with these Section 8 artards. I mean, hey, typical hood behavior. Some commenters are even adding FBI in New York division. That is crazy. And as an update from Grand Wizard Chat N-word on Instagram, he has an update from Aiden Ross, basically confirming the shooting was real, not a skit, not staged.
To JJ, he's currently in the hospital right now. Hopefully if he got hit or gazed, I don't know what happened, he got gazed or hit. Put prayers in the chat, okay?
Graze?
I don't know JJ too well, but I know he hangs around Convy and stuff like that.
It's just utterly pure insanity to me that streamers are actually getting like shot at in 2026. Like, who knew that as each passing year goes by that streamers would actually start becoming targets? Like, this job is now becoming dangerous. But again, it's his fault. Like, you shouldn't be hanging around.
No, this job is not being dangerous. He made an executive decision to hang out with people who he doesn't really fuck with. Simple. That has nothing to do with streaming. Streaming has nothing to do with that. Let me see. Why Aiden Rob? He's always part of this. He's always been doing this. Hello. Hey, Lyra. What's going on, hon? Hey, Yoline. I think I'm saying Yoline. That's what I'm saying. Yoline, what's going on? I'm not even surprised. I'm not even surprised at this point. So no, I'm not worried for streamers who do this. I don't worry for streamers. It's just sad that, you know.
Members, that's dumb as hell. Like, what's wrong with you? And again, you can see the green laser pointed at his head. If they actually had decent aim, he would have been done. He would have been cooked. Basically, the first streamer or big streamer to be clapped, popped, scooped up by the Grim Reaper on live in front of thousands of people. So yeah, it's just dumb as hell to me. Like, if you're a streamer or content creator, please just stay in your lane, stay in your house, or if you're gonna IRL stream, bro, please don't do it in the hood. And if you're gonna do it in the hood, don't hang around gang members. Like, I feel like this is common sense, but again, common sense isn't so common nowadays, is it?
It's real. It's real. It's real. Convy is okay. I'm saying, is everyone okay?
Tough.
And as you can see in the chat, some people are saying it's fake, it's a skit, it's not real, you know. Hey man, wild times we're living in.
Okay, there we go. Okay. I don't know. I never really mess with those pressure preferences. Never really care for that. I never really mess with that. Because it causes too much trouble. What's this one?
In this case. They managed to reduce the size of the game on PC by 85%, and now it weighs only 23 gigabytes, which is an incredible result, while the size problem in Marvel Rivals keeps getting worse every month. Marvel Rivals should really...
Hold on. Let's see here. What is this?
Really take notes from the creators of Helldivers in this case. They managed to reduce the size of the game on PC by 85%, and now it weighs only 23 gigabytes, which is an incredible result, while the size problem in Marvel Rivals keeps getting worse every month. Marvel Rivals should really take notes from the creators of Helldivers in this case. They managed to reduce the size of the game on PC by 85%, and now it weighs only 23 gigabytes, which is an incredible result, while the size problem in Marvel Rivals keeps getting worse every month.
Huh, okay.
The Kadokawa CEO, the Sword Art Online director, and Neon Genesis Ava's director, Hideaki Anno, all comment that anime should stay...
It says here, Kodansha CEO says they will not make anime for the global audience. Let's go! Base.
In the last 3 weeks, we've had the Kadokawa CEO, the Sword Art Online director, and Neon Genesis Ava's director, Hideaki Anno, all comment that anime should stay Japanese and stay weird, and that you shouldn't focus on a global audience, focus on Japan first. Keep anime what anime has always been. You realize how insane it is that the CEO of Kadokawa said something like this? Like, to put this in perspective, we can look at the take that Neon Genesis Ava director Hideaki Anno said as a massive turning point, but then literally a week later, you have the Sword Art Online director also pretty much said focusing on too much global appeal could lead to failure. But now you have a CEO, a actual controller.
No, they said they're not going to do it. They say they're not going to do... They're not going to do any anime for the global audience, which makes sense. I honestly don't think anime should have been as popular as it should because of bad actors like the global audience individuals. I think they kind of just fuck everything up for everyone. So, yeah.
Is in control of a monolithic company within Japan. One of the biggest companies that harbors anime, manga, light novels, and even games. Like, Kadokawa, give a brief little thing here for those that, might know this in the gaming industry. They control FromSoft. They own, basically FromSoft. The Soul series, Elden Ring. Kadokawa is massive. They have so many different monolithic titles under their belt that if you actually scroll through everything, it would blow your freaking mind because a lot of stuff is basically attached to them. And the fact that the CEO of Kadokawa went out of their way and said to emphasize Japan-first approach to stories. You can create unique works by not marketing with the mindset of, let's make a manga that will sell globally. Huge. This is probably some of the best news that I could have received today. And let's just get right into this.
Because they're not going to follow Western rules.
There's clearly a wave. There is a shift, a turning point, so to speak, within Japan, especially with these creators and industry veterans, people that have been in the anime industry for a while. There is definitely a voice that is starting to gain momentum within the community. And that is... anime wants to stay like it wants to be, how it always has been. And a lot of these creators don't want to shift the approach of anime to appeal globally and remove what has always made anime so appealing to people globally. And that is the weird factor of it, how different it is from everything else around the world. And let's just get right into kind of how we even got here in the first place. as we all know, anime has exploded in popularity. It is the most popular it's ever been in the history of anime's inception.
Of what?
You can, cry about it, you can be upset about it, but it is the truth. Anime has never been as popular as it is right now. It is reaching new heights, new levels of profit, new actual, groups and people that has never experienced anime before. And regardless if you think that is a good or a bad thing, the truth of the matter is it is happening. Anime is shifted in terms of popularity. About 10 years ago, if you were in...
Yes, it's best that it stays non-global. It stays non-global is best. Are you saying you don't? Wait, I'm confused. Are you saying that you're not really sure why they shouldn't go global or why they should? I want to make sure I'm understanding that.
School, watching something like Sword Art Online or any form of anime, they would look at you and you would potentially be thrown into a locker, into a trash can, or mocked for it, called a weirdo, a nerd, a social outcast, so to speak, for watching anime. I know for a fact, when I was in school, back in the early 2000s, I remember for a fact, if you even mentioned Dragon Ball, you would
get
be
fucked.
Yeah,
yes.
I know that's a crazy thing to think
Yes.
about, but...
Yes, you would. If you're a minority, you'd be called white for some odd reason. And that thing was like a black thing. That was like mostly anyone outside of Asian. Or white. So if you're Hispanic, you would be called white. The controversy is that the issue is this. For most Westerners, these are for tourists. When they say global audience, they're saying for the tourists. In case of the tourist that watches our anime. So when they say, we're trying to make an anime for a global audience, what we're really saying, we're trying to sanitize this particular for future shows or current shows, so when people who are brand new to the space come watch this, they don't bitch and moan about why is this happening, type shit. Why is this scene in this show? Okay, so then that makes it difficult to explain, because when growing up, if you was a minority, whether you're Hispanic, black, or anything outside of that other than Asian and white, actually no, if you was white and you was into anime, people say, why are you trying to be Chinese or something? If you was black and you was into anime, you're being called white for some odd reason. If you're Hispanic and you was into it, you were being called, you're trying to be white or some stupid shit. I don't know how. I guess people didn't really understand the context of that because a lot of people didn't know what anime was. So they just kind of assumed that the characters were white characters based on how they looked. They didn't really, we didn't have internet like that back then. So people just assumed the character you're looking at was white or white adjacent. Especially it was in English. So you didn't really think it was in Japanese or anything like that. You didn't really associate the Japanese culture unless the person said they were Japanese. So it's like that, right? So when growing up, if you were into this medium, you would get bullied or you would get ostracized. You'd be called strange, weird, all that stuff. Because it was just a different medium. It was not like a Superman, a Batman. These IPs was already established since the 1940s, 1950s. So when people were in the comic books back then, I'm pretty sure they had the same or something similar happened to them to a degree. But since it was American made, it was in America, it probably didn't get as much you probably still got called a nerd or a case may be or whatever the term was back then in the 1950s, 1940s and up. But it was made in America, so it's not so foreign to them compared to something from Japan, right? Especially the themes and the cultural differences between, So when people say whenever they talk about global audiences, that's literally translation to we're trying to make it sanitized so people who are on Twitter who's watching our show doesn't bitch and moan towards us and threaten us because we put a character in a position where they either look a little young, or they look are they're being assaulted in a specific way, or there's a lack of women, there's a lack of diverse individuals, if you get my drift. You know what I'm saying? That right there kills a whole franchise in one sitting, because it's not real in the sense of the storytelling. Like, it's not real. I'm talking about like the genuineness of making this is not going to be genuine. People can detect non-genuineness, or if they can't, it'll eventually hit them because things are not going to make sense, X, Y, and Z, and it will be just a breakneck thing. Like I said, I always use this joke where when they say global audiences, that's what they're saying is, we're gonna put Goku in a rainbow gi, turn to the camera, directly towards the camera in a segment, and say Black Lives Matter for some odd reason. That's what they're really saying. We're trying to get you sanitized so you can follow our way of thinking, so it's good for those individuals who don't buy the product. So one day, that individual just feels like watching a Dragon Ball episode or show, and we see Goku in a rainbow gi with a Black Lives Matter sign on his chest and some other and a rainbow thing on his back, and then he turns to the screen and says Black Lives Matter. You know what I'm saying? You know you have a problem. You know you got a fucking problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, Japanese people don't care for that shit, and that shit will not even be in their situation in the slightest. And we as Americans don't even care for that shit either. Most normal people don't care for that shit. Crazy individual white women care about that shit with blue hair, who are probably overweight and into shipping young boys from My Hero Academia. So that's usually what that is. Because whenever they go down this route, it makes no money. Every life matters one way or another. But yes, genuinely making it into a quota makes it, it's like, Black Lives Matter in a sense is like this. It's like when your parents force you to take your siblings with you. You don't want to take them with you because you're genuinely not taking them. You're only forced to take them with you. So everything from this point is an irritance. It's one thing if your brother and or sister takes you along with them on their own merits, because now it feels genuine. When you get forced to take your sibling with you somewhere, when you genuinely don't want to take them, whether it's going to hang out with your friends or some shit, that shit is a fucking irritance. Especially if the little shit doesn't listen, or causes trouble, or everything under the sun. And then causes more trouble, and then you just end up hating them, resenting them even more. And then they use mom and dad, the government, as a battering ram. So when they're not getting their way, they'll just say, "I'll just tell mom. I'll just tell dad." The government. Black Lives Matter is literally that sibling. Every normal person is the older person who lived before that and looking at it as an irritance. And then every time when it does something, you know it's some outline shit or it's out of context type shit. And then when you bring any form of criticism or you make a valid point, they turn to mom, the government, and say, "Hey, they're bullying me. They're not letting me do what I please." And then you have a problem. That's what happened. You know what I'm saying? That happens with the LGBT movement. You see it now, every other country now is turning on that real fast. Even people part of that movement don't even like the movement. Because it wasn't like same thing with the feminist movement. They all the same. They all play the same playbook. We have a specific movement we want to do. We want to push this movement. We want to bring a certain equality to people. And then after a while, it's kind of subject itself within the first 2 or 3 years. After the 4th year, it's not even what it was before. It's a bunch of activists, insane people who are trying to use it as a form of vehicle to get their come up. And they say, fuck the people behind me or the people we did this for. Fuck them. They're literally just a vehicle to do what I please. And if anyone criticizes me, while using this vehicle, you're the problem. That's how that worked. That's why Lil Yachty was up there and saying this whole shit's a scam. He said 3 fucking times in front of everyone, and he was like, no, this shit's a scam. And it was a scam. Most of those people in that Black Lives Matter shit, those organizations, was a bunch of crooks. They took the money and ran. They're still hiding up to this day. It was a fucking scam. I knew that shit was a scam. Usually anything that runs with race or anything like that is usually a scam. It just pretends itself to be what it is, because at first it uses the right words to get you to like okay, I want to get behind this. I want racism to go away, which will never will. That's just that's a pipe dream. Like, you saying racism should go away is like you saying that I don't know, humans will forever stop lying. That is like a staple. So yeah, the whole point of the Black Lives Matter is it's literally like it's not genuine. It's not a genuine movement. Yeah, but that was a big lie. We all knew that was a giant lie, because when you start doing things like that, when you start like self-segregating yourself in that sense, you're gonna cause resentment around everyone. That's how that works. You can't make a bunch of people care about you in that sense. It's just not going to work. Thank you. You can put it. There's a YouTube video on hands. You can go watch my YouTube video on it. It's in the playlist somewhere. So let's use Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter is like I said earlier. It's like you taking your little cousin or your little sibling with you when you don't want to. Your parents are forcing you, the government is forcing you to take you with them. And now every time that little shit does something, especially something out of line, you told them not to do it, they'll do it anyway, because they'll say mom and dad said I can, or they said I can get away with it, or they let them get away with it because they don't know any better. So therefore that's how they look at Black Lives Matter to a degree. And then everyone else is going to have a form of resentment. You know what I'm saying? It's just not going to work. Like, if Black Lives Matter were to work, like, to prove that Black Lives Matter was never going to work, it's because it was just forced under the idea of racism, right? But the thing with, what was it? Asian hate was especially the same thing as Black Lives Matter. The only reason why Asian hate died instantly is because two things. They try to make it into a white people hate Asian type thing, but they couldn't do it because it was within the time of the pandemic. And they was trying to do is get a bunch of they was trying to pretty much start a race war to a degree, if you think of it this way, because whenever they was trying to show any form of discrimination against Asians, they always try to make it into a white person says something mean to Asian or do something to Asian. But the statistics show that was more minorities doing things to the Asians than white people doing things to Asians. So there'll be 2 videos or 3 of white people saying something mean to an Asian person within the pandemic time. And usually those videos were super old, but they will take those videos and put them up as a form of gotcha towards white people. But what happens is there will be 3, but there'll be 20 videos of black people attacking Asians because of whatever's going on at the pandemic. And then that kind of died because they had Olivia Munn for G4 to do the whole movement. That only lasted for 1 literal month. It was on YouTube saying, stop the Asian hate. They had a whole organization just like Black Lives Matter. And after that, it died. You don't ever hear any Asian person or anyone push that movement. You don't hear the Jews talk about it. You don't hear no one talk about it. It lasted for literally a month. And that was it. The only reason I knew it was a month because Olivia Munn was on the screen on YouTube. And that died instantly. They did exactly what Black Lives Matter did. But the only difference is that Black Lives Matter was hijacked by the LGBT and the feminist movement at the same time in 2016. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened. But the Asians are considered, in most society, white adjacent. So they're this is why I don't like this total poll of race. Because they'll put white people at top when it comes to the racism thing. Who you can make fun of on the race poll. It's white people first and then Asians. East Asians. Specifically, when you say East Asians, I'm talking about Korean, Korean, Chinese, Japanese, you know what I'm saying? That type of stuff. Not even Indian, because they're part of the East as well. Not even like Indian Asian. Like just specifically those three, right? And they look at it from a adjacent thing from like wealth, family structure, culture, blah blah blah. So it's like white people, East Asians, South Asian, and then it's like Hispanic, I think, and then black people are usually at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it goes. If we're talking about race, if we're talking about like gender and all that stuff, now it shifts a little bit, but black people are usually down on the bottom on this totem pole in most cases. Even if they fall into the LGBT thing, they're at the bottom. So like that's where this problem comes in. So when you start segregating yourself from everyone else because you think your community is more victimized than anyone else, people are not going to hear that. Because everyone has their own individual problems. So even if you believe that you are discriminated against as a black person or an Asian person, there's a white person who's being discriminated against somewhere similar, but because they're white and they're not rich, but they're white, therefore they're going to be seen as like, you don't understand. This is something similar that in that one scene, for those who ever seen 13 Reasons, where that one boy was assaulted by another boy. But because it was a show about, sexual assault, they looked at this boy as, who didn't say anything till later. They see it as like boys being sexually assaulted is either a joke or it doesn't happen, right? And then when the girls, because he was part of the movement with the feminists. Thank you, I appreciate it. So the boy, one of the characters, he was one of the main characters. He was part of the movement of the women. There was part of the move with the women on the show 13 Reasons, and because he was perceived as a dude, which he was perceived as just some dude who was helping. When he ever gave an opinion, a white dude who was giving an opinion on how they can make their movement better, the girls shot them down because they said, you don't get it. Because the girls gave him like this cold shoulder type response when he's helping their movement. You know what I'm saying? He's helping their movement. He knows their plight because this is a sexual assault situation type movement under feminism. But because he's a man, they talked to him like anyhow, like a nothing. But when later in the show, it was revealed that not only that he was assaulted, but the girls who told him he was a nothing, or taught him like he was a big nothing, found out he was assaulted by another student sexually. When that happened, they didn't actually say sorry. I don't remember if they say sorry. They just kind of like stayed quiet. That's where the problem comes in. When you segregate yourself like this and you don't think anyone else can like relate to you like that, that's where problem starts, and resentment. Looks good. Thank you. That's where it is. But there was so many stupid people in the movement as well. But that's why movements should. But this is why movements. That's why movements. I don't like movements, because movements eventually gets hijacked. The one thing in America I've learned, I don't know if I can't speak on any other country, but whenever there is a movement that is happening in America, best believe once it gets popularized in the slightest, it won't go away. And even if it completes its initial achievement or its goal, it does not go away. It just lingers, and someone else just hijacks it for something else. You know what I'm saying? It gets hijacked. That's why the Black Lives Matter thing is ingrained with the rainbow flag. The rainbow flag with the Black Lives Matter is ingrained with the feminist thing. The feminist thing, Black Lives Matter, the rainbow flag is all like ingrained with the Palestine thing. You notice that, right? Once they were all individuals on their own, but they're now become one entity, and they conflict with each other at the same time. You see what I'm saying? Like, the things that, like, say, religious-wise, the Palestinian-wise, religious-wise, don't fuck with the LGBT thing. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't. Religious-wise. That's why it's really weird when they say gays for Palestine. Because Palestinians don't fuck with that. Exactly. That's how you get hijacked. Because after a while, I think even a lot of businesses kind of figure this out. They kind of be like, okay, we're a business. This is just a bunch of people. We can outlive them. If we just keep doing what we're doing, they'll eventually either tolerate it, come to a conclusion, or they'll die off eventually. So even if we reach the initial goal for what the movement is, it's not going to go away. It never goes away. It just lasts long enough past its initial plan, and then it gets hijacked and gets ingrained or eaten by something else. Like I said, the flags, the Black Lives Matter flag, the rainbow flag, feminist flag, whatever you want to call it, flag, all just merge as one entity. And you know what's funny about rainbow? If you literally take a rainbow and you mix all the colors together, it becomes a black blob. The irony in that is funny. It becomes one ambiguous color. Yes, that's how it goes. Because us as Americans, or just Westerners in general, when something has meaning, it loses meaning over time. Especially a lot of people, bad actors comes in. This is why racism is not taken seriously anymore as it used to. Being called a name or something like that, and you try and cancel someone does not work anymore because so many people, bad actors, has come already in passing to the point where white people who are being called racist, they don't give a fuck anymore. Quite frank, they'll oblige you to be called racist and call you the N-word and move on with their life. That's how far gone the resentment is gone. Yeah, and people know if you become a victim, and people have figured out this, if you become a victim, you can get paid for doing it. It's grifting at its highest. It's like Anise Sarkeesian, what's her name is, that bitch. She was saying about every game is racist, homophobic, it's against women, this, that, and the third. And now we need to sanitize this. Now, the reverse now has happened where they're sanitizing LGBT themes in most games now, or in future games or movies. Now she's asking for free speech, and we should have sexual stuff that's in it that shows women half naked and stuff. She's grifting for the thing that she was grifting against. These people are usually just professional grifters or professional victim people. They jump on the bandwagon on what they can do. This is why the Sweet Baby Inks are gone now. The Sweet Baby Inks are being watched now. They can't just do the consulting thing and say, hey, I see you're writing something about a white person in power, especially a white male or a white woman. How about we help you with that? Because if you don't, maybe somewhere down the line, you might get a bad review on your game. There's no loss to post on both of them. I don't see a major loss on posting on both of them. I would go at ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT what is the best hashtags or SEO for the topic. So give it some. So with that. Wait, what? I think OpenAI is about to buy it. What do you mean OpenAI is about to buy it? Wait, what do you mean by that? I would go at ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, give me the best SEO words so people can find my posts. That's usually how I do it. So it makes it easy for people to find my posts. But give it context on what you're posting. If you give it context on what it is, you'd be surprised how much you will actually get a lot out of that, or so.
Nowadays, Dragon Ball is globally accepted. Everybody likes Dragon Ball, and certain shonen like Naruto, One Piece, etc. But like, if you were to talk about these series like Bleach, Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball, you would be bullied. You would be.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, virtually every I think all AI is just kind of just weeding off each other at this point. I wouldn't be surprised.
You would be a loser in a lot of people's eyes. But the overall dynamic, the shift on how people view anime has changed considerably in the 2020s. Now, this has also led to a lot of other negatives, which I'm not gonna
lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. If anime was off rip for the global audience from within the 90s or 80s, well, anime was really established back in the late 50s, or at least 40s or whatever. But like, if it was for a global audience since then, Dragon Ball will never exist. One Piece will never exist. Majority of the animes that we all enjoy, Jujutsu Kaisen will never exist. None of it would ever exist. None of it. It would be sanitized as shit. Actually, it wouldn't probably even exist.
It would be a lost medium. So many other videos. The point of the matter is that anime has reached new heights. And with new heights, obviously, this means that there is new demand. Demand means that there needs to be more built or created for this demand. It's just a typical system for any form of product. If there's demand for a product, there's going to be more of that product that comes out, keeps churning out, and more is going to be given to people for they can keep, devouring it, so to speak. And it's very clear that anime production has sped up considerably in the last 5 to 7 years. Like, there is definitely a lot more shows now airing than there was stuff maybe 10 to 15 years ago. You have just a massive season. Every individual anime season, there is at least 30 to maybe even sometimes 40 anime airing in one season, which is ridiculous. So this is something that happens like every 3 months. There's these new shows, and it's just clear that the demand for anime has increased, which is
no, I don't think so. Like, let me see. You said it's just that they are so AI art, so it's taking down traditional art. So no, I don't think that's the thing. Where do you hear that? Because if you're talking about Pinterest, if you're talking about Pinterest specifically, there is a setting where you can turn off AI generated stuff. Now, it won't get them all, but it'll take about 80% of them out of your feed. So, and a lot of people are picking that because they can't tell what's real and what's not. And most artists go there to be inspired or find work, or find not work, but find what do you call it, find poses and shit. I don't think that's something you should worry about, because there's nothing you can do about that. I'm not scared about it because, listen, it's one thing. There's nothing you can really do, because these companies are gonna pivot the way they want, and there's nothing you can do. So I wouldn't worry about it too much, to be honest. There's nothing you can do. Also, just run with the punches. That's all I can tell you. Run with the punches. That's all you can do. It usually will fix itself one way or another. That's one thing about the natural law of things. No matter what it is, it'll figure itself out. I can see what you mean.
Animators and stuff like that, but that's an entirely different issue. The point of the matter is that there has been a big concern, a big fear about anime for a very long time now that has been growing, and the voice has been growing for about 1.5 years now. And that is, it's become increasingly obvious, thanks to the global...
Did she make a video, or is it a picture? Yeah, there's a setting. You go to settings and say turn off AI art or AI generated stuff in your feed. So I think, hold on. You go to, hold on. So you go to, where is it? Go home. Oh, did I get rid of the thing? Oh, fuck. Hold on. No, did I get rid of it? Oh no. I gotta get that back. Okay, yeah, I need that. Okay. No, there's nothing you can do. That's just a bad luck situation, I think. Can I see? Do you have the video? Can you send me the video? Because I don't seem very likely. If you want to feel better about feeling safe of that, you can always just you can always just record yourself drawing. People can't tell you it's not real if there's a whole stream. That's what I do all the time. That's why some of you will ask, "You're still drawing this, or still drawing this thing?" Like when I was doing with the Warhammer 40K artwork a couple of days ago. People ask me, "You're still drawing this?" I would have draw off stream, but I draw on stream and stop as soon as I'm stopped streaming. I stop drawing because I not only draw for like 6 hours. I don't want to keep going. All right, then that's just a bad luck of the draw. She can start a whole new account again and try it again. I think that was just a bad luck of the draw. I don't know what to tell you at that point. Because like if she's drawing a video of herself drawing it and people are calling AI, I don't know, that sounds weird. That's a weird one because I don't know what they want her to do. Because if it's physically showing her drawing, what else can she do? There's nothing she can do. At that point, if she's like feeding into the madness, they're probably fucking with her at that point. Maybe she's getting a very funny reaction towards it, so people are just saying like, you know, fuck it. Okay, where is it? It goes to branded content. Refine your recommendation. I think refine your recommendations. Turn off all today. Interests. Boards following. Oh, here it is. All right, so I'm gonna show you guys what I mean by this. All right, you go here, you go to you click on your, you go to edit your profile. Then you go to, yeah, I would just start a new channel. How long has she been doing this? Go to refine your recommendations. You click this. Then you see Gen AI Art AI interest. Click that. And then you can turn this off. I have them all turned off. The only thing I have is food and drinks, but I don't know why I even left that open for food and drinks. I don't even draw food and drinks, so. Yeah, so like here. So all of them are turned off. And there you go. So not saying that Gen AI things won't come through. You just won't get 80%. It'll knock them out by like 80%. So you might see like 20% of it, maybe even low, depending. But yeah, they're all turned off. So that's how you find it. So just to be clear again, you go to your profile, you click on your account, you go to edit profile, and then you go to, no, you can do it on your phone. You can do it on your phone. You go to recommend your account, refine your recommendations. You click on Gen AI interest and turn all these off. And then you'll be fine. You can do it on your phone. I don't know about the app, but you can definitely do it on your phone. If you go through your like Safari or you use your desktop or your laptop, you can go to your account on the website and then do it from there. So but anyway, to answer your question, I think you shouldn't worry about that too much. You're gonna have people gonna say AI art anyway. There's people who come into my stream and say AI art as I'm drawing in real time and answering them. That's how dense they are, because they just want to argue. They just want to cause trouble for the sake of causing trouble because they're bored and they want to see your reaction. So I wouldn't worry about it too much, because people are just that dense, or they're really just like the chaos. Yeah, they're just rage baiting. So like I wouldn't worry about it too much. There's nothing you can do. Those are just one of those situations that you just have no power whatsoever. That's just a situation where, I don't know, that's just a situation where you have no control. And the people who are fucking with you are just dense. And you can't really contend with a moron, because when you contend with a moron, well, you never truly win. You're always constantly at odds with them.
Appeal of anime, there is now this active push, these actors within the anime industry and manga industry, to actively censor or force the actual media to change from what it always has been, to conform to a global ideal or sanitize itself to make it safe for global audiences, which is not something that is relatively ideal for creative freedom, but also, in fact, it removes the very reason to why anime has become such a phenomenon in the first place. And let's explain. Obviously, anime now is more popular than ever, which I've already covered, but the reason why it's reached this level of popularity is...
No problem. Just be safe. Just be safe and, you know, just take your time the best you can. What's wrong, Soph? Something wrong? Something wrong?
It's because it is fundamentally different than everything else that the world is offering. For instance, you have Hollywood that's offered the same stuff over and over, Disney as well, you know, yeah, Marvel and all that, and people have kind of grown tired of some of this stuff over the years and how safe it is or how sanitized it is. People just don't like how modern...
This is why I don't take Hazbin Hotel seriously. Hazbin Hotel is safe edgy as fuck. Like, a lot of you believe is edgy and it's like different. It's not. It's super safe edgy. Actually, if anything, it's so safe edgy that if they put anything real edgy, that show will be fucking canceled. Like, real edgy. Actually, quite frank, old Aqua Teen Hunger Force is more edgier than fucking Hazbin Hotel. And they're just standing around half the time just saying the most out-of-line shit. The people, please change anime. No. Yeah, don't watch it. It's just not that worth it. They have essay in it? When they talk about essay? I'll be surprised they did. I'll be actually surprised if they made an essay joke. They have an essay joke in there? That'd be crazy. That's crazy. I've never heard that one before. I don't know. I think it just teaches kids to be very godless half the time. Because like they actually made the idea of being in hell is cool. Where kids are making personifications of themselves in hell. Demon versions of themselves. It's like, wow. Really? Oh, I'd like to hear this. Yeah, because like when you really think about it, kids are making personifications of demon versions of themselves in hell. I'm like, oh. It's kind of like, I don't know about this. I don't think this is a good message. But God forbid, like, you know what's just funny? The irony of this is so funny, where it's like I need to see this. That's new one to me. I didn't know they even want to make a rape joke. Because like when you think of it now, the irony in that is like there's a lot of kids, mostly as kids, will come into this stream and say, "Do you draw Hazbin Hotel, or do you have a Hazbin Hotel persona?" And I said, "No, I don't fuck with that at all." But those same kids will have no problem becoming a demon, right? but those same kids don't like the idea of like if you guys remember the McDonald's controversy, the anime commercial with the girl and the husband and their daughter eating food together. A lot of them had a problem with it because like it was pushing heterosexuality or some shit like that. They made it into like a whole like marriage and this is against LGBT and everything under the sun. That shit was wild to me. But nothing's wrong with making a personification of you being in hell. See, the problem with this is that they made hell like a place to be. Yeah, it's like they actually made hell a fun place to be. I'm like, bro, we are so far gone from God. Now, I'm not saying I'm a big religious nut. I'm not saying that. But you gotta put in context and just be real with yourself. I'm like, Yeah, it's the blind leading the blind.
Hollywood is. You can see so many different people, so many different articles, dissections, analysis, retrospectives, all sorts of conversations around this topic from so many different creators, way more qualified than me to talk about this. But the point is that people shifted over to anime because it is fundamentally different. And the thing here is if you remove the aspect of what makes anime different to appeal to a wider audience, it misses the point of why it is as good as it is right now, why it's so popular. So this is a big fear that a lot of people have had, that if you focus on a global audience, anime will change. The very culture of anime, the themes, the vibes, everything will be completely different.
Trust me, you don't want that to be globalized because every show you probably like will be gone. Every character you like will be sanitized. Every character you relate to and on an anime front. The wildest part and irony in this is that a lot of people want to change it, but those same people got into it the same way it was. So why even bother changing it when you can just leave? I don't understand that. I said this the other day. Why would I go into a live stream and watch a bunch of feminists talk about feminist topics when I'm against their shit anyway? Why am I in there? Just to argue with them, to tell them they're wrong? Whether I believe they're wrong or not, they have every right to believe whatever the fuck they believe, whether it's schizophrenic or not. Why am I in there? If you know that's going to cause a trouble, that's not going to solve anything, why are you in there? Yeah, they do. And I honestly believe they're only doing this just because I think it's just to go after men. I think it's just after men specifically. Because if this was a woman thing, they would not even fucking bother. I don't think if this was like a woman-focused thing, like anime is woman-focused, from jump, it wouldn't bother. That would be boring. I would not want to watch that. Like, I'll leave them alone. If they want to be in their schizophrenic thinking of how things should be for them, that's their prerogative. But for me to go into their game, go and purchase a feminist game, knowing it's a feminist game, play feminist game, and then expecting my way of thinking or my way of life should be in this feminist game is schizophrenic in itself. Because even if this game doesn't have anything you like, there are 10 other games that exist before this. So why are you picking the one game that you don't like and want it to change for yourself? That's just sick. You're a sick individual. Right? Right, you're right. You're right. That's crazy. Because, like, think of it this way. I'm not part of the LGBT at all. So if I'm playing an LGBT game, right, and then upset there's no hetero shit in it, I'm crazy. Yeah, it's like an ultimate Karen thing. Like, imagine that. So, yeah. Like, imagine that. And then I'm mad at the LGBT game that has LGBT themes, and then mad it doesn't have hot chicks in it, or big titty women, or like women who are like attracted in my eyes to me, but there are a bunch of butch lesbian type women, men who think they're women, everything under the sun. There's only like one straight woman, and she's not going to be able to be wifed at all. Everything's all LGBT, and I'm mad at that. What is wrong with that? Is stupid. Which game is that? Because that's just evil. So if you don't like the LGBT game, just go pick the other hetero games that exist. Go play God of War 1. You know what I'm saying? Parasite demo. I gotta look that up. But that's crazy. I think that's evil. I don't fuck with the LGBT thing, but doesn't mean they shouldn't exist, or they shouldn't have their shows, have their movies. They can have whatever they want. I don't think anything wrong with it, as long as it's not being pushed on me. You're good. You can write whatever fan fiction you want. Ooh.
Into a modern day Hollywood.
Oh wait, I think
that is just a hollow husk of what it once was. But let's get back into this actual article here. I think I've sandbagged long enough. Let's read this article and what the actual CEO of Kadokawa had to say about all of this. Nike interviewed Kadokawa CEO and President Takashi Natsuno about overseas expansion and the global potential of Japanese content. He praised the country's diversity in storytelling, even by global standards, and the various outlets to discover new creators. He added,
"Can you send me
content that sells in Japan?
Can you send me the link
overseas. On that? You can create unique works by not marketing with the mindset of let's make a manga that will sell globally. It's necessary to create a wide variety of intellectual property without compromising on quality." Really important words right there. His words follow those of Ava's Hideaki Anno, who said that it's overseas fans who should adapt to Japanese works, praising the power that a uniquely Japanese approach has. Sword Art Online director Tomohiko Ito said just this week that being too conscious of global appeal may lead to failure, adding that the Japanese perception of what is liked overseas likely differs from what is actually popular overseas through Daily Shinsho. In essence, Japan should stick to what it knows, aka keep anime Japanese, keep anime weird. Despite Natsuno's latest comments, Kadokawa chief anime officer Daijo Kudo said in August 2025 that the company needed to produce anime with themes also liked by Western audiences. Various anime producers have sought to strike a balance, incorporating themes like overseas or adapting foreign original works, but through the lens of
the funny part is this: why do I have to do this? No one's asking that question. Why do I have to do that? If the industry is working just fine, like, why do I need to make a global audience when it's globally already known? It kind of sounds stupid to me. Why the fuck do I have to make my anime or any anime global for the global audience when the global audience know that I exist? Why I do a girl do not like right? It makes no sense. Like, it's like this. It's exactly what you said there, Self. It's like, that's equivalent of saying, why, hey, why do I have to be with a girl I don't like? You're right. Why do I have to be? It makes no sense to me. Like, everyone knows what Dragon Ball is. Ask the Hispanics. Ask anyone from South America. They know who Goku is. Ask any French person, any African person, probably. Mostly Africa, they'll know who Goku is too. They've at least seen or heard that name before. You know what I'm saying? The Middle East, especially the Middle East, they watch anime. Why the fuck do I have to make it any more global than it is already? I'm doing just fine. This is you know what? This is just as equivalent, just like what Silver said, but this is equivalent as Sweet Baby Inc. saying that if you hire us to make it for the global audience, you'll make more money. Why would I need you when I'm already doing it just fine? People know who I am. The fact that you are here, you know who I am. So why the fuck do I need your help? If anything, you need my help. I'm not doing that. You can go fuck off. But you're going to be considered, I don't give a shit I'm called racist. I'm racist. There, fuck you. How about that? Right? Right? Like, think about it. They'll say, oh, but if you don't do what we're saying, you won't appeal to a global audience and people might get offended. Well, fuck them then. Fuck them. Fuck their kids. Fuck their family. Fuck their whole generation. Fuck all of them. Fuck those women. Fuck the minorities. Fuck all of them. You know what I'm saying? When you start saying that, you're like, well, you know what? We really can't really fuck with this dude. He really don't give a flying fuck. I don't. Because if I was doing it, if I need your help, I'll be coming to you. You're coming to me. That tells me I'm doing just fine. Yep. But you be called racist then. I'm racist then. You coming to the you believe I'm racist based on my stories I write. But people adore my so-called racist rhetoric. I have millions and millions of fans and they hate my racist rhetoric. But you come out of nowhere calling me racist when no one said that to me but you, or trying to apply that. And then if I listen to you, I'm going to lose millions of fans, money, respect, integrity. Nah, I'm good. I'd rather be racist. You call me a Nazi? That's fine. We're Nazis then. I'll salute in front of you just to fuck with you. I'll salute and put my hand up in front of you just to fuck with you. That's how serious I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? If once you start doing that, once all companies if Marvel did that shit, Marvel won't be where it is. Right? Straight up. Straight up.
Japanese storyteller. You can check out the full interview below where Natsu discusses the importance for Japanese companies to step into the ring overseas, citing low royalties from license.
And then they'll say, but if you do that, you get canceled. I don't give a fuck. Look at J.K. Rowling. She's a billionaire and she's hated. I'd rather be a billionaire and hated than 1,100 years and loved. Wouldn't you? Like, think of it to yourself. You make billions of dollars and people hate you. You make a few $100,000 and people love you. That shit's stupid. That's not a good business practice if you understand. I don't know. I definitely would. Shit. I get loved and shit on my integrity and everything is gone and being loved by the masses of ugly people who don't read my shit. But I'm being hated by those people who don't like me, but loved by the people who actually read my shit. Right? Yes, for one of five. Yes, you're right. She's crazy.
Store return rates, and more on Kadokawa's global strategy. An update, Natsu's quotes has also been updated from the more unique to unique. Okay, so that's the edit of this. So more or less, to get right.
And then they say, but your game or your story doesn't have any representations, and fuck them. They can make their own goddamn story. Why do I have to do it? No one said I have to do it. But you lack a bunch of black people in your... I don't give a fuck. They can figure it out on their own. But they don't allow women. Fuck them bitches. They can make their own damn shit. Why you guys don't get that? Why can't you just take your own laurels and do it your own goddamn self? Why do I have to do it? Because you know you can't do it. Because I did it and you can't do it. Because you don't have the confidence to do it, or the competence to do it, or you have the what do you call it? The IQ to do it, or all three. So you need someone else to do it for you. So you can just kind of write off that. Nah. I like to see you squirm. Watch my show. You know what's funny? You hate my show, but you can't stop watching it. You stupid motherfucker. You know what? I said this shit to my parents the other day. I remember me and the girlfriend was watching a horror movie. And my mom and dad's on that religious shit, right? And what's wild about it is we were sitting down watching a movie together. They came into the room and say, why are you kids watching this? This is demonic. Why are you watching this? Having a lecture, right? And then was like, okay. And remember, they're in the room with us. We're watching our movie. They're watching the news with us. because me and her are Skyping at the time. We were Skyping at the time, and we were watching a movie on Netflix or whatever at the time before Netflix started putting a black screen on things. We was watching it together. They came in and they was watching the news in my room because they needed to see something with the TV. As we're watching the horror movie, I see these two old heads keep looking at what we're watching. They kept looking at what we're watching. And I turned to them like, guys, you say you have a problem with this. Why are you looking? They can't give a response. Because you know it's interesting over whatever the fuck you're watching. You know this. That's exactly the woke individuals are. They hate J.K. Rowling, but they can't stop watching Harry Potter. They can't stop giving her money, but they want to stop her money. But if they stop her money, there's no more Harry Potter. So which one's more important? Your hatred of this woman or the love of this franchise? Yes. It's wild. I turned to them like, guys, you keep complaining about watching a horror movie. I know you guys don't watch horror movies, but why you keep turning and watching what we're looking at? And they couldn't argue with me with it because it was like, it is interesting. You know it's interesting. Fuck you. It's evil. Like, that's evil. They don't want it to be what it is, but they can't stop watching the thing that they have a problem with. Right?
To this,
that's crazy.
Kadokawa is taking a stance saying, the CEO, which is, like I said, the controller of the company, is that it's fine that anime is reaching popularity and it's reaching globally, but don't miss the point of why it's popular right now. It's popular because anime is different. And if you try to appeal to the global audience,
you won't get no one.
It's not going to be the people that are actually enjoying anime. And so I hope that the CEO really means these words. Like, I hope this is not corpo speak, that he's just saying this to make it seem okay. I hope that this is actually good news, that he's really sticking by these statements and wants anime to be what it always has. Because if so, this is a massive change, a shift, honestly, that I really am happy to see. This is great news. We just got to see it actually in format, in Fury, and how they actually do it, how they incorporate this, because it's fundamentally, we've already seen that a lot of anime, manga, and light novels are getting censored. We've already seen this. It's happening. We know this. There's a lot of conversations about it.
Yeah,
and it's not even just...
You're right. You can't believe anything these people say. You gotta just kind of like, okay, he acknowledges this, but just because he acknowledges it doesn't mean they're gonna follow through. They can say a lot of shit, and they usually say a lot of shit. So, and then the fact that even having this discussion makes me think this is probably saving face for now. Yep. They do. They really do.
Censorship aspect. It's the localization and just how stories are adapted now are different because they try to play it safer. I hope that they take this to heart and this goes all the way down to the very bottom and basically makes it to where all these creators are willing to continue doing what they always have done and write what they've always done without worry of getting censored or blacklisted or anything because their work might be deemed weird for certain groups overseas. I hope...
Then those people shouldn't be watching or reading that shit. How do you accidentally read something you don't like? Like, and then continue to read it. You know what? You're right. You're right. That is bold. You're right. Like, imagine you reading Mushoku Tensei or the Jobless Reincarnation. You run into a situation where it does something in the story where you don't like. As soon as that happens, you start reading it. Stop reading it. If it's that offensive, stop reading it. Don't watch anything. Don't talk about it. Just stop reading it. Stop reading it. I don't see why, because like, I don't like playing World of Warcraft. For whatever my reason may be. But I'm not going to talk shit about it because it's just not for me. It's just not for me. Once you come to that realization this is not made for me, move on. There's other games that are made for me. Oh god, the guy, the gun again with the outfit. Yes,
That is
I
exactly what
am.
happens here. But overall, great news. Like I said, this is massive because the fact that it's not just like Hideaki Anno that's commented on this, but then the SAO director and then the CEO Kanakawa, this is not a coincidence. This happening back to back in under 2 weeks is something.
That's crazy.
That is something. These industry individuals talking about this so openly is big. And I feel like the CEO Kanakawa even saying something like this is going to cause a lot more people to speak out about this and comment on this situation. So this is going to cause a rippling effect or a domino effect to where this conversation is going to reach new heights than it ever actually has within the creator spaces within Japan. But
I have Bri watch it.
If you enjoy my content, please subscribe. It does help me out a lot. Chibi out.
Thank God. Thank God that was tame. Tame. Okay. What is this? Mr. Fan. Okay, get rid of that. Don't need that. Okay, don't need this either. Oh, you sent me that thing. I gotta look at it. Hold on. I remember you sent me a thing, Sylph. Forgot to mention that. Are we on this 15? Oh wait, what? What's gonna be on the 15? Thank you. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta answer this. Okay. Damn. Hold on. She on that. Hold on, guys. I'm just. She would send that. Okay. She go. The, what do you call it? The JJK markings. Okay. She go. Shit. She. I think of it now. I feel like Draken now. I just realized. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, it was silver. Really? Let me see. Now, when I think of it now I feel like my relationship with Bean feels more like Shigo and Draken. Now I think of it now. Yeah, kind of feels that way. I'm constantly ranting and yapping about something. And she's over there, she's like shaving her nails. What is he yapping about now? Time limiter. Okay, this chapter is meant to represent what I think what I think might have happened had Deku decided to listen and kill. Honestly, I don't think it's better than Actually, you know what? She has not. I can't play this one. Moore has not seen my MHA. Shit. Well, I'll play the other thing. I just realized she has not seen it. I can't play it. She's one of my mods. It'll be wrong if I play that. Okay, so I have another video. Let me check. Meep.
When I was in 8th grade, I decided to pick up drawing as a hobby. Why then? Because there was a girl in my grade who was a great artist.
She's on, I think she's on Season 7. She's in Season 7. She's still got Season 8 left. Mora, she's right there. She's the mod that's in here.
So you're drawing.
Yeah, you're on Season 7.
Strange part
no, you're done with Season 7. You're on Season 8
was
now.
My obsession with my pencil. I used a mechanical pencil for pretty much everything that I did, which many people have told me was stupid. But
yeah,
I was very attached to my writing instruments.
After this one video, we're going to play the manga story that Silver sent me. I didn't get to play it, so.
My pocket, always. In fact, this was sort of a different era, and I always had the pockets of my skinny jeans stuffed with my mechanical pencil, lead refills.
Wait, does boy still wear skinny jeans to this day? Is that dead now? Is that over now? I believe so. I don't know how you can do that. This kind of sucks.
For said pencil, a block eraser, my iPod Nano, a set of wired earbuds.
You gotta get that hair, bro.
And, for my freshman year at least, a comb. Oh, also all of that was just my left front pocket. My right held my phone, and my back left held my wallet. Yeah, my pants were permanently full to bursting with stuff. No other reason. I say all of this because Gachiakuta is kinda about art. And also kinda about stuff. Our stuff. The things that we own and care about. And I am really obsessed with this story right now, so let's talk about it. Structure-wise, you will be able to watch up until this point of the video without any real spoilers. Everything preceding that will be more general stuff and should hopefully encourage you to check out Gachiakuta if you haven't already. After that, though,
maybe
all bets are off.
But what he says now might negate that, but we'll see. We'll see what he says.
You've been warned.
Is that wrong? What I say?
Gachiakuta is a shonen battle anime that can pretty comfortably be classified as grind fiction. I've been telling you, you're going to hear that word a lot. And it's very good. I actually decided to start reading the manga about a month ago, and I was caught up in 5 fucking days. Y'all, when I tell you I could not put this shit down, it's so good. I'm watching the anime right now, and it is also good. I think I like the manga a tad more, but the anime is really well done.
Well, obviously you're gonna like the manga more because the art is a lot. I think compared to the anime and the manga art, I think the manga art pushes it harder compared to the animation version of it. Not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, like, if I had to pick between the manga and then the anime, I think I pick the manga. The manga is probably more expressive than that of the actual anime itself, in my honest opinion. To be honest.
I want to avoid just doing a whole bunch of plot synopsis
people
here
say
because
people say Gacha Yakuta, some people say Gacha Kuda. I say Gacha Kuda because I think that's much more accurate, but then again, it depends.
Want you to go watch and or read it, but at the same time, I know that most people need a little taste of what the story is before they'll decide to take the plunge. So, Gachiakuta is about a boy named Rudo. Rudo is rambunctious, ornery, generally unpleasant. Kind of a Calvin-esque archetype. The one with the tiger, not the predeterminist or the bisexual with 2 podcasts. Anyway, Rudo lives in a city that is heavily segregated between rich and poor. Guess which one he is? This city makes a lot of trash. That may seem like a weird thing to bring up, but the story makes sure to show you just how much garbage, particularly the rich side of this city, makes at multiple points. For good reason. For further reasons that I won't go into here, Rudo is dropped from the city into the pit surrounding the city. He survives when he lands on a bunch of trash. The trash then starts attacking him. Okay, I really can't give you a whole lot more without spoiling plot details. So, I'm going to take a little break from the plot. We'll get back to it later.
I do appreciate
Instead,
that.
we're going to talk about
Kingdom
some more
Hearts 2 music.
general things that I think make Gachiakuta so special. Specifically, some things about the story and themes that I think could be important and
okay, I
impactful
gotcha.
to a lot of people. Gachiakuta's art style is unique. There's a grunginess to everything that's rare to find in media these days. Also, the mangaka, Kei Urana, definitely operates on the rule of cool. If a 12-year-old skater in 2005 would have thought something was sick, then so does Gachiakuta. And you know what? I'm tired of pretending that they aren't totally correct. Big-ass hip-hop inspired clothing, an umbrella covered in spikes, monsters made out of...
Gachiakuta works because it's a mix between hard rap and hard metal. It has a mix between hard metal and hard rap. Like, it has, like, aesthetic-wise, like, especially with the graffiti and stuff, that's very, like, street, urban setting, but with a hard grunge metal at the same time. It's like a mix of three things. And then it has that Soul Eater, like, feel because of the eyes, and then Fire Force, they really focus on eye design. So, like, it has thick lines, to show real emphasis, and then like designs on the eyes. Yeah, so it's like grunge, hard metal, and then like just hard rap, urban influence. You saw Evan's drip. It's drip, yep.
Actual garbage. Graffiti
Crazy.
everywhere. A stick covered in spikes. Tattoos. A tea kettle covered in spikes. It's all super cool and totally unapologetic about it. This keyboard turned big and then shot key missiles that spelled out asshole on a monster. Cool as shit. I love the aesthetic and the love of art on display here. I haven't mentioned it yet, but the manga is technically a collaborative effort. I mean, all of them are because there's assistants, but this is different. Kei does all the normal mangaka stuff, and then Hideyoshi Ando does all of the graffiti and graphic designs. He's given his own spot on the front cover right underneath the mangaka specifically for that. That's how seriously they take this. That's how much they love this art. It may seem minor, but graffiti is really at the heart of Gachiakuta's messaging. Fuck this thing and what it's supposed to be. Make it art, and make it fun, and make it cool. There are arcs of this story focused on this love of art. That's beautiful to me. In addition to art and aesthetic, Gachiakuta is about caring and learning to care. Caring about your art, caring about your friends, caring about your stuff, caring about yourself, caring about the world. It might be easy to see the punk aesthetic and go, ah yeah, rugged individualism. But Gachiakuta seems to think about the coolest thing you can do.
It's urban done right, yeah. Who should have drawn Sandro?
But it definitely starts this caring thing with stuff. I got a kitty boy on me.
Michael Jackson.
I've already told you
just for
that
the fun
Gachiakuta talks a lot about trash. It's kind of in the fucking name. Hi, bub. Hello.
Yeah, for some odd reason, when you put hashtag Gachiakuta in on TikTok, it is considered offensive. It's actually not seen as a hashtag. That's the weirdest part. Like, it's weird. When you actually put hashtag Gachiakuta, if you do like a Gachiakuta piece or something, focus on it, you can't put hashtag Gachiakuta. Or, I don't think you can put Gachiakuta anime hashtag. You have to just put in, like, Rudo, who's in it. That's it. You can't put you can put the word as an SEO, but you can't put it as a hashtag on TikTok for some odd reason.
You're so sweet. But Rudo's main thing is that... Oh, we done? We don't want to be held today? Okay. Okay, that's fine. But Rudo's main thing is that he loves to fix things that others have thrown out. He can see the value in things that others discard. Specifically, their trash. But, oh, I bet that has no story parallels. It is through this love of things that the story's power system is introduced. I won't get into the plot nitty-gritty here, but Gachiakuta's special magical people are called givers. Givers are people who have cared deeply enough about an item to imbue it with energy that allows it to take on a new form. Now, these vital instruments, as they are called, are occasionally presented as being an item's true form, but I think a better term would be an ideal form, because how an item changes is very dependent on the person caring for it. That's where all of the cool items covered in spikes that I mentioned earlier come into play. Caring is cool. I have to say I agree. You know, I continued drawing through the rest of public school.
We're back with the pretzel legs.
And
Okay.
also, you know,
That's
most
what
of
we're
my time
doing?
in college
Okay.
as well. In fact, my initial plan going into college was to double major in English and illustration and try and get a job doing comics. When the school wouldn't let me double major, I started an English degree. When I had a heart-to-heart with a well-meaning professor about my insufficient prose, I pivoted again and decided to move into the school's newly started combined business and fashion degree that had...
That's probably the best one that you've got. I'm not gonna lie to you, that's probably the best move he made. Going for an English degree is not bad, but then again, it's like, it's gonna be useless in a couple of years because everything's gonna be, you know, AI focused. So even teachers might get even replaced. You know what I'm saying? So in several years from now. So you're trying to be like an English teacher or something with English, or something teaching with English, or even a writer, a journalist, you might get replaced. I ain't gonna play.
has served me so well.
I should have
but
gone to
as
business.
a lifelong musician, I continued writing. And in designing clothes and shoes, I continued drawing until I finished my degree. Now, when you hear that I started drawing in 8th grade and did so all the way up through college, you might assume that I'm pretty good at it. You would be so wrong. So wrong. Most people describe my drawing as cursed.
Okay.
And it is. Somewhere between my brain and the page, something gets seriously fucked. And
Well,
admittedly, it's not just drawing.
you say like that, but
For
I'm
all
hearing
of
that
my
you
love
probably
of it,
drew
I
him
am
vor-wise.
not a talented visual artist. I'm bad at digital graphic design. My
Why would
typography
you make him
knowledge is
chubby?
miserable. I can't paint to save my life. I am useless behind a camera. I just cannot make things that are pleasing to look at. That kind of sucks. I mean, I still create in
Yeah, you're definitely a millennial.
a lot of ways, but I think just kind of earlier this year, I realized that I don't have the eye for it. I understand
What's up? What's up?
good
What's up?
lines, and I'm very good with color, but I don't make good visual art. And I also don't have a mechanical pencil that I love anymore.
Okay.
It's not a big deal, but it is something I think about.
What is this? What is this? Is this your strange way to vent to us? What the fuck is this?
Now, this is the part where I tell you that unfortunately, the rest of this video is going to have spoilers. If that bugs you, then it's time to bow out here. I'll see you later after you've watched or read and want to come back.
More, are you still in
I want
here?
to discuss from here on out have to do with specific plot points from the story. And I'm going to talk about things that are pretty much up to the point where we are in the manga right
Can you?
now, so you've been totally warned. The season that we have of the anime will not protect you from this.
More, jump the fuck
There
up out
are
of here.
a lot of things I could talk about here. Honestly, for a manga that's only at 156
Fall in
chapters
love
at the time
with
of
a
writing
pencil.
this, there's an impressive number of themes and events worth discussing. I can't go into all of them here, of course, but I at least want to talk about a few. One thing I want to start with is the women in Gachiakata. A feminist analysis of the story, though it would have some nitpicks, would
Yep.
be generally positive, as all of the women are people. Flawed, storied, interesting actors in their own narratives, not mere objects for the audience to gawk at and goon over. Granted, a
Why is
good
that a
deal-
problem? Why is that a problem? Why is that a problem? If they're sex symbols, if they look attractive, why is that a problem? I'm pretty sure a bunch of girls don't bitch when they see a bunch of good-looking dudes like Engine and fucking that blonde-haired one. Maybe even Zonka or some shit. And I'm pretty sure some girls will suck off fucking, what's his name, Zoro, or what his name is, the main villain of the season. Or even Jabber. So what the fuck is the problem? What the hell?
of the characters in this shit are sexy as hell, but that's never their main purpose. Now,
Where is he talking? Where? What? Why do they say this? Yep.
Now, there is one woman or girl in the story.
Bro made a statement that I don't
As
understand.
more people jump into
Why do they keep
Gachiakata.
saying shit like this? Like, okay, let me go back.
Thing I want to start with is the women in Gachiakata. A feminist analysis of the story, though it would have some nitpicks, would be generally positive, as all of the women...
Oh god, nah, I don't trust you. When men say they're feminists, I don't trust you.
Are people, flawed, storied, interesting actors in their own narratives. No.
I don't know why people say this, like, the women are just there for eye candy. Tell me an anime where the women are just, any recent anime right now, in the last 5 years, where the women are just, eye candy. Alright, send that to me. I would like to see that. My nameplate. Like, tell me an anime where the women are not flawed and they're just sex objects. Oh, please send that to me. I would love to see this one. See how he's... Oh my god. Like, you can't really tell me one. That's like a recent anime. Nope.
Not mere objects for the audience to gawk at and goon over.
What are you talking? What battle shonen you know is doing this? Yeah, like tell me an anime that is popular, and they're just for being seen as eye candy. And don't give me no ecchi shit. No, he's saying that Gachakuta has not done this. But when saying that, I'm thinking to myself, what recent anime for the last 5 to 6 years has just made the women just 100% just like, you know, just eye candy alone. They have no faults. They're not like, you know what I'm saying? They're just for sexual eye candy, and they're just there for 10 seconds and they leave. Tell me one. Tell me one recent in the last 5 to 6 years, probably the last decade, that has been happening. And don't give me no ecchi shit, because that's a whole different ball game. I'm talking about shonen specifically. And they're just there for eye candy. They don't do anything else. Then that answers my question. Like that answers my question right there. If they're good looking and they're doing their job, what eye candy thing are they talking about? Because when they say this, they say it like the women are just standing, they look good, and we're just staring at them. Why would you draw your women ugly? Why? Women don't draw men ugly. They never draw men ugly. Even if they're gay, they don't draw them ugly. Like, think that to me. Think that to yourself. See, I wouldn't draw my bitches ugly. Even if they was chubby, they won't be ugly in the face. Why would they fucking... Like, don't make any sense. I don't know why they say this shit. And I think this is just a male feminist talking point just to be in line with the women. They're not that hard. They're usually pretty easy to draw. They're really pretty easy to draw. I think I had a video on that. It's in the playlist somewhere. Like, that shit is weird. I don't know why they keep doing that. Like, I'm saying under... Go search the web for the plus size species. I don't know, because, no, they associate fat with ugly. You know what I'm saying? Like, because in the West, we associate people being ugly alongside being fat. But there are people who are overweight that could be pretty in the face. Now, not in body per se, if we're talking about how obese we're going. But if they're like, if we're going down like the road of like, say, Nike Goddess of Victory with Breddy, or Egg, I can never say her name, Egg, or whatever the fuck her name is, most men will prefer that over a girl who's like really obese. Some dudes will go for that, that's fine. But most dudes will pick somewhere between a Breddy and the main, I think the poster girl, I think her name is what? I forgot the main poster girl is. With the hat. So that most men will pick between those two things, most cases. They usually won't go for a girl who's morbidly obese. Some dudes will go for that, that's fine, that's their prerogative, nothing's wrong with that per se. But like I'm saying, most men will go between the poster girl on the game and Breddy. Brown dust? Yes, I heard that. Yes. I heard that game being censored up the bum, bro. Like that, yo, I never played the game. I've heard of it. I think it's a gacha game, I think. But it's getting censored. Yeah. They're gonna not make no more money. For art, said only art. Thank you, my dude. Thank you, official. Thank you, my dude. She's looking like your aunt. Watch. Yeah, they'll pivot back. Hopefully they'll pivot back.
Of the characters in this shit are sexy as hell, but that's never their main purpose. Now, there is one woman or girl in the story that will undoubtedly have a lot said about her as more people jump into Gachiakata. Amo. Amo is a classic case of the early villain turned ally. Her story is a fascinating and tragic one, but I really don't want to talk about it here. As much as I love Amo as a character, I can't lie and tell you that her story is, like, particularly relatable to me. I can sympathize, of course, but maybe I'm...
Excuse me, sir? Excuse me? What are you trying to say here? Uh-oh. Maybe this is why he's a male feminist. Oh, shit. Bro just exposed himself a little bit here. A little bit. We don't know the context, but, like... No, if you know her backstory... What are you saying, bro? Yeah, like, what are you saying, bro? Okay.
I'm just not the right person to talk about it. Here's the deal.
Yeah, you sound like a male feminist. When you say shit like this, why bring it up then? Nah, not Asmongold. Nah. Yeah, she didn't know any better. She was exploited.
If time goes on and no one has made a sufficient effort to explore Amo's story
thing
in
don't
depth,
need to
and
be relatable
if people
to be
ask
okay.
for it,
Yeah.
then I will talk about it. But as is, I'm going to leave it for now. Amo is great. Kei Arana handles very difficult topics very well in Amo's story. Let me know if you really want me to be the one to say more about it than that.
Oh my god, you really, bro, you's a bitch. I'm sorry. I'm not even like, I'm not really coming at you, bro, but like, this is a bitch take. Bro, you's a bitch. You really need to do all that? Muscle not even do it at all. Like, what? You need the permission of your audience. It's your fucking channel. You can talk whatever the fuck you want. When you start doing shit like this, then you know for a fact this dude will falter as soon as some type of controversy will come up his way. He's the type who will literally falter if he makes a take that a lot of people don't vibe with. Then no one will take you seriously. I'm not taking you seriously for this now. Are you serious? I don't give a shit if he does a shit take. I respect people who stand on their take whether it's shitty or not. Because that tells me at least you believe in what the fuck you're saying. When we have to say things like this, that tells me that you are quick to falter and when it's not publicly accepted. That's dumb. Because not just because the world don't like it doesn't mean it's not true. They just don't like it. That's it. How are you? Hey, Monty. Mooney. There we go. Mooney. Like money.
Fair? Fair. Let's talk about Zonka. Yeah, my hair's wet. I just got out of the shower and I have to work in 45 minutes. Give me a fucking break. In case you need a little reminder, or if you're one of the insane people still watching who hasn't read or watched Gachiakuta yet, Zonka is a member of the Cleaners, the good guy group of givers, which Rudo joins upon discovering his abilities and in order to get back up to the sphere, the city where
That's
he
up
lives.
to you.
Zonka is put in charge of Rudo's training, and he is a mess.
I'm good.
Of
How are
character
you?
traits
Is
in
everything
the
okay?
best
Yeah,
way
all
possible.
good.
Zonka comes from a well-to-do family.
Yeah.
And talks like a hick. Zonka is incredibly proud and an absolute
No,
slut
Zonka's
for
a
praise
dude.
from
Well,
Engine, his senior.
no,
in the
I don't
Cleaners.
think
Zonka is a self-proclaimed average Joe, but is super effective in a fight. Zonka has crazy work ethic, but can't be asked about shit. Except literal shit. I find Zonka to be a really relatable character in a lot of ways, which probably explains why I did not like him very much initially. What can I say?
That tells you everything that you need to know. You just told me you're a horrible friend. Think of it this way. You relate to the person that you hate. What? You farted, right? Like, stop and think about that. Like, what? That I know you're insufferable as shit. Because you said you were late to him, but you didn't like him at first. That tells me everything I need to know. 3, I like this. Zonka, Jabra, and Grids. Yeah. Shit, that's funny. Bro just he just gave me I made the right assumption on you. Like, listen what he just said.
Super effective in a fight. Zonka has crazy work ethic, but can't be asked about shit. Except literal shit. I find Zonka to be a really relatable character in a lot of ways, which probably explains why I did not like him very much initially. What can I say?
Yeah.
One thing about mediocre white boys, we hate to see another mediocre white boy thrive.
How do you know he's white? How do you know he's white? If last I checked, and the villages come looks very Asian focused. He's honest, yeah, but like that made my assumptions even more stronger than it was before. At first I was just assuming. Now I'm on spot on. Thank God I took my psychology seriously. But the point is like, Jesus Christ. Like, how do you know he's white? I don't think they ever mentioned he was Asian. I don't think they ever directly say what race they are, per se.
And look, you might look at Zonka and go, that is a Japanese man. I can tell you from one white boy to another, that is a white boy.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. That is not evidence. Like, it's like, you can do, I can say you can kind of do that with the black characters per se, right? But I don't know. He's just assuming that. That's crazy to me. Like, wait, no, well, I can say you can mostly assume with the other black characters because obviously for their skin color to the degree, but some people say they're not the black either or something like that. And I can see what they're saying, but then again, it's like they're more black than you think. They're the closest thing to black. So like, I'm gonna just go run with that. I can believe that. But when you just say dude who's kind of similar color to you, that's it. That's not good enough.
You can look at Piccolo and agree that he's black-coded?
No. Just because black people claim it doesn't mean he's black-coded. There's no real indication about Piccolo being actually black. We just kind of ran with that. If anything, he's just a minority, and we just kind of ran with that. We don't see him as Asian. Definitely not. You can't do that. Like, I understand a lot of black people claim this man. I get that. Right? I get that. But, like, when you really think about it, I don't think Piccolo won't consider himself black. I get it, but you know what I'm saying? He did. That would mean nothing. Just because you fuck a bitch doesn't mean no, hold on. Just because you fuck a black woman doesn't mean he's just a cool guy, right? And like he's the closest. Well, there is. Well, you can't really call. Well, okay, we can't really call black. He's from India, right? He's from India. And then there was a black man that Goku did fight in Dragon Ball, but like we only consider Piccolo black because, well, the way his voice is kind of built, even though it's voiced by a white guy, and then like his bravado and like the turban and everything else is like honestly, like you know what I'm saying? He has that bravado, but we know he's not a black man. But you're just gonna accept him for what it is. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying he isn't or isn't, but I'm just saying he's just accepted. He's associated. Let's put it that way. He's just cool. He's a cool associated black guy. Yeah. So, you know. Lapoon? The black... Yeah, Lapoon or something like that, yeah. But yeah, like Piccolo... Like... I know a lot of black people accept him, and I get it for what it is. I get it. I get it. But honestly, I don't think he would really fuck with black people like that. The drip is immaculate, yes. Yeah, he's like Eminem. He's associated. He's like black associated, black coded. You know what I'm saying? Right? But Eminem's not black, but like he's highly associated. There's some black people who actually accept Eminem for what he is. They see him as still the white guy, but he's like he's down with the brown type shit. He's down with us type shit. That's what he's gonna say. Yeah. Yeah. But for this dude to say, oh, he's a white guy because I just look at him. It's like, no. Actually, quite frank, I'm not going to lie to you. In the early 2000s, if you were to refer to Piccolo, because in the old days, as black, you will all be probably being offensive. Let's call it for what it is. Come on, be honest. If Dragon Ball was airing back then, and you called him black, people will get pissed off. Because people will take that more of an offense. But now, because Piccolo's so ingrained in our culture, well, Japanese and then like American culture and Dragon Ball and how he presented himself as a villain and then up off this point, you know what I'm saying? He's accepted as that dude now. He's that dude. He's big green. He's green. Yeah, he's big green and he's green, right? But if before Dragon Ball Z, before Dragon Ball Z, before he became good and became one of the Z fighters, he was just an evil dude, right? And then if you were to associate him to black people as the evil dude before Dragon Ball Z, you'd be offended. Most of them will be offended. Black people are offended by that, especially if you watch the show. Like if he was just evil and that was it, they will say that was a bad thing. But dark green, I'm rage baiting. Dark green. But like honestly, if you put it that way, if you associate King Piccolo, King Piccolo to black people before Dragon Ball Z, before Piccolo became good, this will be offensive. But now because he's a cool dude and he's highly associated in that sense because he's the actual true minority of everyone, all color-wise, this would have been a problem. You know what I'm saying? And I think the reason why a lot of people accepted Piccolo as black, or at least black coded, is because at the time, I just remember something else insane. Oh, what exactly? Because like, if I remember, because I think Akira Toriyama purposely did not draw any black characters like that because of like the depiction of how they looked back then. So he just kind of went with Piccolo. He's a slave owner. Seriously? Send that to me. Send that to me. But like, okay, wait. What about the other green guy that Goku fought with Otherworld in movie with Janimbus. I'm not gonna lie. The only reason why black people might accept PyCon is because he's so close to Piccolo. They're almost the same person. It's just one has thicker lips. If PyCon had no thicker lips, I think PyCon would have been a more of like be seen more often. I think that's the only reason. Because PyCon and Piccolo is like the same. They I think they even have the same color scheme. Let me see. Yeah, they almost have the same color scheme. One's... Look at this. They almost have the same color scheme. One's wearing purple, one's wearing blue. And they have a turban hat thing going on. The lips, see, like, but a lot of black people won't accept this because they found this depiction of like the lips very like offensive. So they went with the dude with no lips. You know what I'm saying? Because they're wearing the same shit. They're almost, or Nail too, but like Nail and Piccolo became one, so it's practically the same person at this point now. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they are basically the same person. They're both very strong individuals. They're very self-focused. You know what I'm saying? They're not bad people. Not anymore. PyCon and Popo. PyCon and Popo. Now it might be a... I wouldn't call it racist because... I still wouldn't... I wouldn't find that racist, though. I don't find Mr. Popo racist. It's his son. I don't find Popo racist because Popo is not black. Actually, he's a genie. If anything, he's more Indian-focused than he is anything close to black people. But a lot of black people, for some odd reason, will identify with it in the sense of being racist. I don't know why. Because he's not even black or anything black associated. He's Indian associated. More like a Buddha type thing going on. Not Buddha, but like Indian because he's a genie. Like Aladdin or some shit. If anyone should be offended, it's fucking the Indians. The the South Asians. Well, it makes sense because look, listen, when we have the characters, because he's not gonna make them black, he's just not gonna do it. He's make them green. You know what I'm saying? I think black people are like the only race of people who have like a direct different color from most people. Yeah, they come in different shades, but a direct different color from like an Asian, a white, even some Hispanics. You know what I'm saying? Like there'll be like a thing where light-skinned Hispanics is treated differently or treated differently to people who are dark-skinned Hispanics, right? So that's usually where this comes from, because the skin is so directly different from like someone like Zonka, you associate it to like a black person. You know what I'm saying? Like skin-wise only, just the skin, not like backstory, nothing like that. Because this is where evil liberals did this thing where they made this association from D&D, or at least I think World of Warcraft specifically, where they made association to the orcs are supposed to be that of like equal to like black people in some form, which was a crazy take to say. I don't know how they made that correlation in the slightest at all. But that's a crazy correlation because I don't think there's anything about orcs that's like the same as black people at all. Gang green gang. I say the gang green gang. see, that's the thing. See, like the gang green gang from Powerpuff Girls, for those who saw that. You didn't see black people, you saw Hispanics. Right? You saw Hispanics. Like I think there was mainly Hispanics, right? Because of the way they carried themselves, how they talked, how they act. Especially with Ace, I think his name was Ace. And then some of the other characters of that gang. But like something like Piccolo and them, they come off more African tribe-like because of like the turban and the kind of clothing they had. Yeah, now Hispanic New Yorkers, maybe right. You might be right. Or from someone from Chicago. But I'll say like New York. Yeah, probably New York would be the best. pick.
That is a white man.
That is not a white
Zonka's
man.
family is well known for their ranking within the military police system on the ground.
No,
The
no,
Cleaners
I'm
take
not,
care
that's
of
wrong. That's wrong. What I'm
supernatural
saying. It could be a white guy. That's wrong. I'm saying. I'm assuming. He's assuming. We're both doing assuming. That's wrong. He could be a white guy. Zonka could be white, but I don't think they outright said what type of race they are. Yes, we know that Zonka came from a family lineage type thing where they're kind of like in an Asian setting, so I don't think they would be white unless he's half white biracial, maybe white and Asian. But I'm gonna just assume that I'm only assuming Asian because of the upbringing he had. Right? There's no real distinction to tell if he's white or not. Other than that, that's the only thing. That's like a lot of people make association to like Piccolo and Pycon to be like a specific way because of how they're dressed and how they present themselves. So
threats, the Hellguard police the humans. Zonka was actually in training to follow his family's path when he met Engine. The little arc where we get to see Zonka's school days kind of hurt a little bit. Here's this guy who's good at stuff, widely recognized for his skills and abilities. People talk about his talent all the time, not realizing the work he's doing when no one is looking. Then someone comes along who
I think he's Japanese, but he's saying he's a white guy. The only reason why I think he's Japanese because of the way he was living. Because if you watch Gachakuda, based on the family structure he's in, it looks highly Japanese. He could be half white, half Asian. That could work. But then again, it's like, I don't know. He didn't really come off as a white guy to me. If anyone comes off as a white guy to me in Gachakuda, it's probably Griff. I'm just being honest. Griff comes off more white to me than Zonka. The blonde-haired dude that punches really hard. Or maybe even Engine.
Supernaturally talented, and then absolutely wipes the floor with him. If I had to guess, I would say that at some point, we will meet Zonka's old classmate and realize that she was also working super hard. That's how I would write it, at least. But I think a thing that stands out to me is, despite his claims to the contrary, Zonka is special and talented. I think the discipline to work hard and the capacity to learn are wonderful inclinations. They don't
Griffin
make you special because, well, pretty much no one is. That's a running theme you'll see in Gachiakata. Most characters are just average people until they work really hard to become something special. Even Rudo, who seems to have a little bit of that everything comes easy to me main character vibe, is ineffective in his first few fights with the cleaners. I would argue that the point of all these things is to go back to the importance of care again. It's what makes you different. Rudo cares enough about stuff to see and extract its potential. Zonka cares enough about improving to work like crazy. Engine cares enough about other people to protect and guide the other cleaners and be trusted by them to do so. Remlin cares enough about their art to be trusted as a spellcaster and use that art to help others, which is what art should do even without a magic paintbrush, ink marker, tattoo gun. Oh, yeah, we should talk about Remlin.
Rudo got that dog in him.
I am lucky enough to have multifarious forms through which I can express myself. I have written, released, and performed a lot of music over the years, even if I wish I had released more as just myself. I make videos here on YouTube that I find very fulfilling, even if I wish I could improve them at a faster rate. I streamed twice a week for 2.5 years straight, and it was so fun, even if I struggled to find a way to make it really artistic expression. But I can create and count on a close-knit group of family and friends to support me in those endeavors. I do recognize how lucky I am, but I still often find life as an artist difficult and sad. Creating for the reasons that I do is scary. My belief is that art is a means of communicating complex ideas and emotions to others. There are those who will disagree, but I truly believe this to be the purpose. Therefore, I make art in the hope that others will experience it and understand those emotions and ideas. I will retread these ideas in a second, but this means essentially that if I make something and it doesn't effectively convey what I want it to, that hurts. It also means that if no one else experiences it, that hurts.
Oh well.
Gremlin is a character that we meet in Canvas Town.
I say fuck them.
They're an artist, as it seems most people in the city are, but they are special because they are chosen to be the spellcaster, an artist who wields a powerful vital instrument that allows them to cast spells on things on which they draw paint. Tattoo. The former spellcaster dies because he could never just be content creating in safe places. He wanted to go out and paint the wasteland of the ground. His free spirit, while ultimately the cause of his death, is widely admired by the cast. So naturally, Gremlin is in a pretty sad spot when we first meet them. Gremlin maybe seems to stand in as something as a surrogate for the creators. They're constantly excited about being able to paint and draw on everything. I imagine you have to be pretty excited about drawing in order to work on a manga. And Gremlin's passion is felt not only by the cast, but the reader. For me, Gremlin is inspiring. I would regularly finish a chapter they're in and want to go make something. It's helped me while working on this script and a bunch of music
This
that
guy?
I have in the back pocket. In a cool way, Gremlin is also one of the characters that helps Rudo start working on that caring thing. One of his major growth points as a character is deciding that of all the many things he could do, what he wants to do is help Gremlin. Not because it will get anything for him, but purely out of care for another person. This seems to have a lot of parallels with another work of grind fiction that I really, really love. But we'll get back to that another time. Gremlin's work of leaving a piece of themselves on Canvas Town through art, and the effort of Rudo helping them, is a very small part of the manga. It's fairly inconsequential up until now as well, other than the way in which it shows the characters learning to care for each other through the common bond of art. Doesn't that just tie up all of this so well? Look,
No,
there's
not really.
so much more I could talk about from Gachiakuta, and maybe I'll come back to it at some point in the future. I really love Follow's little arc, and the supporters in general. The big villains and huge amount of unanswered questions that we currently have leave so much room for discussion and conjecture, but please just talk to me about your favorite bits of the story in the comments. I would love to talk about it with you. And who knows, maybe I'll make an extra video responding to your thoughts and ideas. Though that would probably end up on the Patreon. Here's the plug.
I gotcha.
If you like what I'm doing here and you're interested in supporting it more, then for as little as $1 a month, you will get extra videos,
I don't know.
essays, outtakes / bloopers from anything that I'm working on here, and whatever thoughts that I have that won't make it into a main channel video. There's also an exclusive Discord community that is so active. Look at all of these messages from supporters in the Discord.
Okay, dude, you yapped enough. Let me see what you sent me. Oof. Oh, shit. Oh, I remember seeing this. Okay, yeah, I remember this. I'm gonna play it anyway. Hold on.
Your name is Kakarot. What's your name?
Gokum. Son Gokum.
Whip him, Raditz.
You saying Gokum? You saying Gokum? It's not saying Gokum. What the fuck?
Oh, dear God, help that boy. They're gonna whoop him to death.
What's your name? Say it. Kakarot, who are you?
You know what I would, think about this. You know, I think of it now. Back in those days, you know what?
What's your name?
Kakarot.
Say it louder so they all can hear you. What's your name?
My name is Kakarot.
That's a good monkey.
Torn from his home, stripped of his name, and shackled in a world he never chose. The warrior once known as Goku now stands at a crossroads. Will he accept the name forced upon him? Kakarot? Don't miss the next gripping episode of Dragon Ball Roots.
Dragon Ball Roots. Oh my god. We live in a different time. That should be funny. Okay, let me see. Let me see. That shit funny. Okay. What was the other one? You're gonna say around okay, there we go. Let's here. I don't need this. I'll save this, but I don't need this. I really need to do those studies. Don't need this. This is the PyCon thing. What do I need here? X that out. Don't need that. Windows. Drag and downfall. Oh.
Art style. People will say how the manga used to look so much better, but before, what happened to One Piece's art style? People will say how the manga used to look so much better, but before One Piece looked like this, it looked like this. Which raises the question, was the art in One Piece really better before the time skip? That's why I went back, reread everything up through the Paramount War, and made a list of every artistic change Oda made in early One Piece. Now, before I share that list, I should make a couple of disclaimers. First of all, since we're talking about changes Oda made, this video will not cover anything relating to the anime. Second, as this will cover more than 60 volumes, be warned that this video might contain some spoilers. With those out of the way, let's get into the first of 3 stages in early One Piece's art. Beginning with Romance Dawn, the first stage lasts right until Baroque works. Now, the biggest difference between the art now and the art in this stage is, of course, characters. In East Blue, character designs are relatively toned down. While designs in One Piece are usually pretty goofy, in this stage I wouldn't really call them cartoonish. If anything, I think the only word you can use to describe them is just simple. For example, let's take a look at Luffy in Chapter 3. In this page, Luffy's design is actually somewhat normal. You'll notice that he's got arms and legs with no real definition. His shorts have the cutoffs and some wrinkles, but that's it. His shirt almost has no detail. Were it not for the 3 buttons, it would just look like a floating polygon. And then of course you have his iconic face, which is famous for the simple eyes, nose, and mouth, and not much else. Then you look at his hands, and the same is true as well. His hands are just sort of drawn as is, in a simple, unremarkable way. You can tell just by the way Oda draws a closed fist with stubby circles signaling the wrapped up fingers as opposed to more detailed fingers. So as you can see, in this stage, characters aren't really cartoonish per se. It isn't until later that they're drawn with a bit more personality. In this stage, they're pretty toned down. And for the sake of argument, let's take a look at the art of Oda's contemporary and past co-worker, Hiroyuki Takei. When Takei started his manga Shaman King, it was much more cartoonish than what Oda was making. So if you compare early Luffy to early Yo, you can see how with Luffy everything is relatively
the arc or just him
down,
as a person?
Whereas with Yo, all the shapes and proportions are pretty exaggerated. I just wanted to make that quick comparison since it does give you a helpful sense of perspective. Now for the most part, Oda's designs in general are pretty toned down as well. So for example, if we look at this spread from chapter 13, we can see the early designs for Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. Now obviously they do look different, but relatively speaking they all look fairly similar. Their hands look the same, their body proportions aren't all that different. The only real differences, besides their outfits, are their faces. So in general, East Blue character designs are pretty simple, and for this reason, they don't have as much personality as they would later on. And this theme carries into other elements of the art style as well. But before I get into that, make sure to like the video if you're enjoying it so far. It's the easiest way to support the channel, and it helps spread the video to other viewers like you. Now, another simple aspect of the art at this stage is backgrounds. At least in early One Piece, Oda doesn't stylize objects and scenery all that much. When you take a careful look at how he draws backgrounds, they're sort of drawn more as is, as opposed to something like, say, Black Clover, where Tabata makes the scenery match the fantasy aesthetic. In One Piece, Oda does give backgrounds a somewhat cartoonish look that you can see in certain details like the lettering on signs. But for the most part, like the character designs, Oda has a very simple approach to backgrounds. On a similar note, Oda also has a simple approach when it comes to paneling. In general, Oda's art style is pretty similar to a lot of the older manga that came before One Piece. But the one aspect you see this the most in is in paneling, especially in East Blue. Oda's paneling is very predictable. If it's a fight, you can expect somewhat more dynamic paneling with some panels clashing. But for everything else, it's just a whole lot of squares and rectangles. This does change a bit later on, but in East Blue, it's very conventional. On the one hand, Oda does it in a way where it makes everything easy to follow, but on the other hand, it does leave you kind of wanting more. Now, where I would argue Oda makes up for this is actually in the area of onomatopoeias. Like a lot of older manga, One Piece has a lot of onomatopoeias, but Oda heavily leans into it with some of the lettering taking up entire panels. Where in some manga it's more of a subtle accent, in One Piece it kind of makes the panel. Like, you look at this panel of Zoro when he gets introduced, and besides the letters, it would otherwise be completely blank, but you have these massive letters that stand out almost more than Zoro. You can also see it a lot in the action. For example, you have this panel when Zoro takes down the two brothers. Now, besides the already visceral action, you have the onomatopoeia, which adds to the sense that Zoro is slashing right through these guys as it kind of fills in the trail that Zoro leaves behind. And on the topic of action, it's worth noting that this is one of Oda's stronger points in early One Piece. In a style similar to Dragon Ball, Oda's simple designs are complemented by intense action. For example, while I'm not a big fan of Don Krieg, I loved this panel from the fight. Everything comes together perfectly in this panel. You see how Luffy is throwing all of his energy into the attack. You see Don Krieg completely wiped out, showing the physical reaction to Luffy's attack. And then Oda combines rubble and a bunch of other stuff flying in all different directions to show just how explosive the attack is. He even draws the letters in a messy array to show that Luffy's attack is almost breaking the fourth wall. So while we do have simple designs, in a way, they allow Oda to put a ton of emphasis on amazing action scenes like this one, and it only gets better in the next stage. But before I move on, there's a couple more things worth noting. First of all, most people will notice the thick line work. And I don't just mean thick. I mean like very broad outlines and painfully clear details. You can make whatever argument you want for this, but personally, I just think it makes One Piece's art style that much more visually pleasing. And on a similar note, there aren't a ton of grays in this stage. As you'll probably notice, it's mostly black and white, further reinforcing the simple aesthetic of East Blue. But on that note, let's move on to stage 2. The second stage starts with Baroque works and lasts right through Skypiea. Now, the first thing I'd like to talk about is actually the paneling. People like to talk about Oda's paneling in the recent chapters and say, oh, One Piece fell off. But look at pages like this one. This isn't something in later One Piece. It's not even New Worlds. This is going back all the way to chapter 181. Granted, it's really not that bad, but you'll notice that this style of paneling didn't randomly pop up out of nowhere. This is something Oda's been doing for almost 1,000 chapters. For example, you fast forward to Skypiea and you get pages like this one. Now, none of these panels on their own are bad, but you look at the page as a whole and it's a mess. Ideally, panels should be structured in such a way that the reader is naturally led across the intended course of the page. But I'm guessing most people have to look at this page a couple of times the first time they look at it. It's hard to follow, and quite frankly, it just doesn't look good. There are times where Oda actually makes this thing kind of work. For example, you have this page where Luffy is fighting Crocodile. This one is a mix because on the one hand it is kind of similar to that messy style, but on the other hand, a page like this isn't really that different from something you would see in other manga. In any event, this is where Oda starts to get fairly messy with the paneling and it doesn't really go away. But as you just saw, obviously this doesn't hinder the action. As a matter of fact, action gets even better in this stage. So for example, let's go back to Alabasta. Look at this page where Luffy kicks Crocodile square in the face. It's full of detail, and you can just feel the impact as soon as you look at it. But now let's contrast that with this panel from Arlong Park. And right away you can tell the difference. In this panel with Arlong, it does look good, but comparatively speaking, it does seem a bit flat. And the reason for this is that in the Arlong Park panel, Oda puts all the emphasis on the impact. But in the Crocodile panel, everything is detailed. You can see the ripples in Crocodile's face, the way even his hair is impacted. You get this aggressive, blurred style of Luffy's body, further emphasizing the speed and power behind the kick. So you can tell that as One Piece goes on, Oda adds more detail to the fight scenes. And while I would love to belabor the point, I'd rather just show you a couple more panels to at least show how good the action is in early One Piece. Surprisingly, one fight that stands out the most from Alabasta is Nami's. This panel of her using Thunderbolt Tempo is full of energy, pun not intended. One other panel I have to mention is Luffy versus Bellamy. While it does look good in the anime, it looks phenomenal in the manga. Now, in addition to the action, character designs also improve. And for this one, let's take a look at Nami. Okay, so here's Nami from East Blue. Now here's Nami from a color spread in Jaya. The differences don't jump out right away, but when you look carefully, you can see the changes. First, you'll notice that the proportions are more exaggerated. So here, the waist is much narrower. As a matter of fact, her shoulders are even a bit wider. Not bigger, just wider. And most notably, her head is bigger. For whatever reason, Oda draws faces in a way where the top of the heads are much bigger than the rest of the face. Like if we take this page from chapter 225, you can see how Nami's head is almost twice the size of her face by comparison. I can't say for certain why Oda did this, but I can say that by doing so, it brings more attention to the faces of characters. So before, heads looked pretty tiny.
Then didn't you just answer your fucking question? I think you just answered your question. He said, I don't know why he drew that this, but I think it's because they bring more emphasis to the face. Is that answering your question? Like, they're not supposed to be, I don't think they're supposed to be like, the anatomy is supposed to be one-to-one perfect. Oh, that was a weird thing to say.
So they blended in with the overall design. But once they get bigger, you notice the face a lot more, even when you get a complete profile of the character. Incidentally, it's this stage where Oda hits his true, what I would tend to call caricature-esque style of character designs. Before, they were just simple, but now Oda finds his true style and really exaggerates the designs. So for example, one crazy character I can think of from East Blue is Morgan. And yeah, he is a pretty crazy looking character. But now let's stand him side by side with Dalton. Morgan is a bit wackier in design, but when you look at the features of each character, Dalton's has a lot more personality. Oda really exaggerates the shoulders and pure size of Dalton, expressing much more about the character than in Morgan's design. You can also see this in the way he draws Wiper, who is still one of the most underrated characters in One Piece. Now at first glance, he might not look as wacky as other characters, but really look at his musculature. He has a huge neck. His chest does look big, but it's dwarfed by his massive abs. I mean, this dude's torso is like pure abs and chest. Again, goofy for sure, but much more personality in designs than we were getting before. Thankfully, Oda does find a—
Why are you expecting for perfect anatomy from a show that is not about perfect anatomy? I find that so weird. Doesn't anyone find that weird? I find that very fucking weird. Why are you expecting perfect anatomy by something that is not about perfect anatomy? I can understand if it was like something that was supposed to be realistic, like a Vinland Saga, but what the fuck? Like, I get that. But like, if you're drawing Vinland Saga, which is supposed to be realist, like the most realistic thing as possible in an anime, like realistic style, I get that. But when you're drawing something like Monkey D. Luffy, you know what I'm saying? Why are you even emphasizing on how big the chests are? They're not going to be accurate. be as accurate as possible, but they're not. Their purpose is not to be actually accurate. They're supposed to be appealing to the eye, or at least visually capturing. I don't understand this mindset. It's strange as hell to me.
A way to balance things out as the story goes on. But before I get into that, I do have one final thought.
It's like me comparing an actual rabbit to Bugs Bunny. Like, what are we doing? One Piece. There's giant Titan people into One Piece. Like, I don't understand this logic. Strangest shit ever.
On this stage. As you've probably noticed, line work in this stage isn't nearly as thick as before. And while it may not be as visually satisfying for some, as you can see, it does allow Oda to focus on other details. Plus, whereas East Blue looks much more black and white, the slightly thinner line work helps to alleviate that, giving a more balanced sense of grace. But on that note, let's move on to the final stage of early One Piece. The third stage starts with Water 7 and lasts right until the time skip before we enter the current era of One Piece. Now, unlike the prior stages, there aren't a ton of changes in this stage. As far as I can see, there's really only two. First, like I mentioned, Oda finds some balance in the designs. So in East Blue, they were really simple. Then in Stage 2, he would draw characters like caricatures. But after Skypiea, he tones down the designs while retaining the same personality. In general, he does this by giving the characters slightly longer faces. So you look at panels of, say, Luffy or Nami, and while they still have big heads, Oda draws out the chins a bit more, making the head more circular instead of these goofy egg shapes. Granted, Oda does still do a lot of crazy designs. I couldn't help but notice that for the Zoan designs for CP9, Oda was obsessed with drawing these characters with absurdly big backs and noses. But generally speaking, character designs are slightly less exaggerated than the prior stage. Finally, Oda continues in the trend of messy paneling, with it arguably getting worse. Like, for example, when you go back and look at the Paramount War, a lot of it is very similar to a lot of the pages people criticized in Wano. And this is what a lot of people consider the peak of One Piece. Yet, just looking at it, you can tell it didn't really improve. I will say this isn't a constant issue. Like in the prior stage, it was really only when you had a ton of fights going on, but then the paneling would go back to normal. And the same is true here. The only problem is when it does get messy, it is really hard to follow, and at some points just looks plain bad. But obviously not so bad to ruin the story, as it would go on for another 50 plus volumes. So, on that note, I think we can finally answer our original question. Namely, is the art in early One Piece that much better than the current stuff?
I don't think so.
And while I would like to reserve my final opinion until after I revisit Fishman Island and other arcs after the time skip, for now, I think I can safely say that the art peaked in early One Piece. In which arc, I can't say for sure, but there's a couple of reasons I feel this way. First of all, the designs. Like I said, Oda really found his stride in Alabasta and onward. I just think his goofy approach to designs give them so much more personality in ways that readers will remember random side characters from 600 chapters ago. It just makes the world of One Piece truly special. Second, as you can probably guess...
Then why complain about the goofy designs if you think the goofy designs are actually helpful? Like, if the goofy designs brings personality and it keeps you reading, why the fuck am I drawing them accurately? Like, what? And what was the complaint?
Is the messy paneling. While it is present in early One Piece, it isn't until the Paramount War where it starts to get out of hand. So for this reason, early One Piece chapters just flow better, particularly prior to Water 7. So for those reasons, I feel like the art style is slightly better prior to the time skip. But regardless of whether it peaked, there's a bunch of things Oda established in early One Piece that are still present today. One of which is the action. Say what you will about the paneling, but the action is still gorgeous in One Piece, whether it be Dressrosa, Whole Cake, or Wano. Another thing that honestly stands out the most is character expression. I mean, if I asked you to name iconic anime scenes, like 50 of them would all be One Piece.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a range of expressions
Weird to
from
me.
Robin declaring she wants to live, to Nami asking Luffy for help, and then, of course, Enel's epic reaction face. So regardless of where you stand on the whole old versus new thing, I think we can all agree that early One Piece has a charm that everyone will always love. But now I'd like to hear what you think. How would you compare One Piece to other art styles? How would you describe One Piece's art style? Share your thoughts in the comments down below and see what everyone else has to say. I'll pick my favorite and share it as comment of the week on my community tab. And if you'd like another discussion like this one, then check out my video on Jujutsu Kaisen. In that video, I analyzed the artistic evolution of Jujutsu Kaisen. You can find that video in the playlist linked right here. Until then, thank you for watching, and I hope to hear from you soon.
Okay. Oh, why did I do that? 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 Yeah, well, virtually anything. Was it Friday or Saturday? God. Can we? Oh my God. Oh God. I tell you something, like, the fucking... There's too many clones, yo. It's almost shameful at this point now. It's getting to a point where it's almost getting shameful. Like, it just throws me off beyond anything. Like, it's like you do know that, like, I'm pretty sure you're aware, but this is a literal Five Nights, like, clone. You're just gonna be in the pile with other clones. After a while, that just gets annoying.
背景イラストレーターの上和田てるです。今回の動画。
When you aren't.
This will be interesting to look at my work.
In a 3D space, the #1 rule of camera movement in 2D animation is depth. The closer something is to the camera, the bigger it appears, and vice versa. This will allow you to make some very simple, basic movement. But there's more things to take into account as things get more complex. For example, what if our cube wasn't centered in the camera? This is our horizon line, and it's why we can't see the top or bottom of our cube. And this is our vanishing point, which is why we cannot see the edges of the cube. It's all still there, it's just simply being blocked by the front plane. Let's shift our camera to the left and see what happens. As you move the camera, the cube will follow the vanishing point lines as if it were on a track. Now it's important to note that our perspective does not change when our camera moves, but only when it rotates or pans. But before we talk about that, let's upgrade our perspective from 1 point to 2 points. This is our new grid, and I'm going to add the cube from earlier and adjust the perspective to match it. If you freeze on a frame here, you'll see only one side is following the perspective constraints, and after adjusting the second plane to follow the grid, here's what it should look like. We'll move on to camera rotation, and I'll explain the 2-point perspective a little bit better in the process.
This is a top-down look at our camera and what it can see. The X's are its vanishing points. Although they should be a lot farther away, this is just to visualize what's happening. As you can see, the cube is maintaining a central position in the frame. This is because the camera is rotating around the cube as it pans. This little animation I made is mainly to help you see the 3D world and visualize how rotations would work inside of it. A big part of moving your camera in 2D animation is being able to visualize the world and imagine where the next frame will be. And you won't be relying on grids and perfect perspective when you do this. Most of the stuff I've been showing you up till now is to give you a reference point of how certain objects will look relative to your camera. But there's something very important that we haven't talked about yet. Secondary objects and context. If you look at a lot of these animations we've been doing without the grid, it can be hard to tell if the camera is actually moving or if the object is just growing or rotating. This is where backgrounds and secondary objects come into play. These both are going to provide context for how exactly our camera is moving. In most of my previous examples, the camera was moving relative to our subject, but when the camera is following along with the subject, a background can be a great way to show the movement and the speed of the camera. A secondary object can help in a similar way. If we want to give context that we are getting closer to this object and not that the object is growing, the secondary object will show that because they grow at different speeds depending on their distance from the camera. Further away being slower, and as the closer it gets, it becomes bigger very quickly. And this is where what we discussed earlier, understanding the 3D space and how things vanish, will really come into play. When you have just your subject in a scene, there is no wrong way to draw the camera. It's just how you draw your subject is where the camera will be. It may move weirdly or glitch around, but each individual frame is never going to be wrong. But now that you have two objects, you can introduce inconsistencies that can be technically wrong. In the example I'm showing right now, the only way for the secondary object to correctly maintain its position is to jump weirdly around following the camera. But if you were to have two objects that are supposed to be stationary, this excuse wouldn't work, like if it was a house or another background object. With all that being said, I just wanted to briefly talk about choosing your battles when it comes to camera movement in 2D animation. See, there's a reason you don't see, in most media and animations, these complex camera movements and specifically rotations of an entire scene. As you build complexity with complex scenes, backgrounds, and characters that just take a lot of time because they have a lot of detail and shading, doing these complex rotations and camera movements are just going to unnecessarily multiply the time it takes to do these things. So instead, you're going to see a lot of shows opting for cuts where you follow the character like I showed earlier and the background moves behind them, or just adding little bits of motion to the scene by making the camera zoom in or out. Another thing you can do to show a little bit more movement and spice up your backgrounds is having a multi-layered parallax background. I'm not too familiar with doing moving backgrounds in my animations, however, because I use Krita, and Krita doesn't have position keyframing as far as I'm aware. But I know other software have some better tools like fake 2D cameras where you can zoom in and out and move around in your animation, which is another thing I can't do. So this video might be more helpful to some people than others.
That's it? Oh shit, he's done. Fuck you, dude. I hate when they do that. God damn. I notice that a lot of people are doing that more often now. They just don't even say goodbye. They just fucking abruptly leave. I hate when they do that. Oh, yeah. Oh, house and recover. Oh, this is an hour.
Or a red sky.
Nah.
It's like it has no idea it's basically an appetizer on legs. From on top of a mountain.
Oh, there's a piece that must eat each other to survive.
No, if our bodies were made of jelly...
Nah, not that either. Okay. Where is... Okay, what the fuck? Oh, that's why. I'm in the wrong place. I know. Huh. Hold on, guys. Let me turn this off real quick. I can't find what I'm looking for. All right, so I'll just find a video. It's a long day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I'm already coming out with a new video again. Let's go with this. Fuck, put this up. He came out a new video.
And so in lieu of all the politics flooding all our timelines with all the negativity, the poison that is of American politics, all I gotta say is detach, decompress, and shift your attention to what I'm gonna be talking about today, which is more important and a more urgent matter of discussion, because this is sick work. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not gonna believe this, but Brazilian soccer star Hulk, also known as Givanildo V. de Sousa, has recently made headlines for, and I quote, marrying his ex-wife's niece, making his 3 children and his new wife first cousins. Sound the alarm, Chris, yes?
Oh my Lord. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is wrong? Why? Don't we have not shame anymore? Is it a skill to have shame? You have no shame. Bro. That shit's wild.
Ladies and gentlemen, and shout out to my editor, Chris, for having to go through all the tomfoolery of the topics I talk about on a daily basis. I apologize for deteriorating his mental health, but according to reports, they say he previously split from his wife of 12 years in July of 2019, with whom he shared 3 children. So they were over a decade in deep. And this right here is the man, the footballer, with his 3 children and his ex-wife before they got divorced. And guess who's right next to him? Oh, lurking in the shadows. His soon-to-be future wife and I think niece-in-law, Camila Angelor. Good God. Ladies and gentlemen, I just gotta say, this is some sweet home.
I'm not gonna lie to you. The as horrible as the man is, the niece is eviler. I believe that the niece is more evil. Yeah, I would too, but like, I believe the niece is more evil. The reason being, even though he's a grown man making that executive decision, he's the stranger amongst this is not blood relatives. She and him are not blood. The aunt and her are blood. The fact you look at your blood and be like, yeah, I'm gonna do that shit, you are a fucking piece of shit. Yeah, you a piece of shit. I don't care how young she is. And she's grown as fuck too. And she knows what she's doing. So like, yeah, no.
Alabama type shit. Cause ain't no way I would ever have an ex-wife, right? Or a wife. Literally have multiple children, 3 children in this scenario. Break up, divorce. And then all of a sudden, because I can't control myself.
Actually, your cousins, like 1, 2, 3. That's 3 cousins that's gonna hate you. And she probably don't give a flying fuck. Wow, that's disgusting. So like, wait. So their cousin, because this is the niece. These are her cousins. These are her children. So wait, if their father, which is her uncle by law, gets with her, he's the first cousins, you said? Oh my God, this is fucking weird. The more you try to think of it, the more worse it gets.
Into a relationship with her niece, which is my niece-in-law, get married, and wait for it, get her pregnant and have a child together. Brother in Christ. What does that make his children's cousin?
So then that means he was having an affair with her from jump. No, because they're cousins. They're first cousins. I don't know how the fuck that works. That shit's stupid. I don't know. This is disgusting.
Their mother or in-law, their cousin is now also their mother, and they're having a baby, which then makes that baby their sibling and their second cousin. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in very strange times. This man posted to his Instagram page, "Today, with my heart full of gratitude to God, leave God out of this. He has nothing to do with this. I come to share with you."
Yeah, for real. You sick shit. How dare you? With your blasphemous ass. You never bring God into this. You piece of shit. Everything bring Satan in this. Fuck you. That's the problem. We have too many people this is why people don't take Christianity serious. Because these motherfuckers, people who are Christian, who claim to be Christian, will be okay with this and try to say, good luck. Fuck the hell. No, bro. We need to bring back shame. We need to bring back shunning people for their shit. This is why people don't take Christians serious. They probably take Muslims more serious because that shit won't fly. That shit wild. Holy fuck. Oh my god. This is the problem. This is why people don't take religion seriously in the slightest, because like this fuck shit will happen and then these same people will bring God into it. Bro, God's saying both your asses to hell. Fuck you both.
Fourth time I am being blessed with another son. My heart over.
Fuck you and that baby too. Actually, that's not the baby's fault. But then again, it's like, oh my god.
Flows with happiness, and I can only speak. Thank you, God. I love how people just love to insert God into all the most degenerate type shit. Like, what is wrong with you? If God could strike you down, of which he probably can, he would do so immediately. He said, "We are already looking forward to welcoming you, son. We love you unconditionally. Come full of health, my baby." And then, as you can see here, is the new wife, his ex-niece-in-law, now current wife and mother of his fourth child, along with these other photos of them embracing each other with the, what do you call this? The sonograph, the x-ray of the womb. I forgot the technical term. But top comment said, those kids will be f***ed up. Like, what the f***? Let's keep it in the family. Another comment said, "Every time I see this story, I snort. LOL, the baby will be a cousin. And at the same time, sister of Hulk's children. LOL, how crazy." Another person said, "Cuzzer," short for brother, cousin. He's my cuzzer. His other kids can say, yikes. And here, as you can see, is them. Yo, they had a large wedding ceremony apparently too. You can see here, bro. Like, it must have been so awkward at the actual tabernacle church ceremony, wherever they got married.
And they did it at the church. Y'all people who went to that wedding, y'all know people of God. You're all Satanists. I don't give a fuck. Anyone who went there, from their parents to anyone who's related to them who went there, you have no God in you. That's straight up. Anyone who came to this church, you have no God in you. I don't give a fuck what you say. That's crazy. For people when they still come to this thing, horrible. Did they get no? No, they did not shame. That's why they're smiling. That's why they're smiling. They didn't get no shame. If anything, they went there because that's wild, dude. And I think they only want the shame, and they're not because he's some type of. Because he's a celebrity or some shit. I think he's some football player or some shit. Or soccer player or some shit. I don't know.
Bro. And here, as you can see, this video that they uploaded to their own Instagram page of them embracing each other, holding the little sonogram or x-ray of the womb, right?
No, the niece and the uncle is not blood related. That's why I said the niece is more evil than the uncle. The uncle is a stranger. She knew her aunt before the uncle, and she made the executive decision to do this. That's an evil individual. She didn't give a fuck about her aunt. She didn't care about her aunt in the slightest. Whether she's a bitch or not, you are more lower than your aunt can ever be. Remember, the man is a stranger amongst them too. She knew her aunt before he did, because she grew up with her. You can just put it in the Discord. You don't have to tag me. But it's up to you.
With the baby, and bro, it's like a Disney segment, you know, they're just looking into each other's eyes and heavily in love, and this is just, I just gotta say, this is sick work, man. Genuinely speaking, like, bro, what the? They really are keeping it in the family, literally. And according to People magazine, they say, according to the Daily Mail, DeSouza and Angelo split in late 2019, and a spokesperson for the athlete reportedly said at the time, and I quote, Hulk called the parents and the brother of Camilla and told them the truth. It was Hulk himself who made the information public because he had nothing to hide. His position is transparency, and he wants to avoid lies and malicious comments. You know, that's so sweet. At least he wants to be honest. At least he wasn't trying to hide the truth. But I just gotta say, how long has this relationship been going for? Did it spark before they got divorced? Was it going on while he was married to his ex-wife? Was he having an affair with his niece at the time? Is my question. However, they say the outlet reports that DeSouza previously said, and I quote, he never had a relationship with Camila while married to Angelo. He said also, I am a man. I was not happy in my marriage. I had countless reasons. I don't think I'm an ugly person, and I'm young. Camila is young.
And this is why you don't get married young. This is why you don't get married young. That's exactly why you don't get married young. Or super young. Or have children young. Because you still have that I'm still young phase still going on with you. Yeah, he said he has reasons, but he never named them. So, like, it's kind of stupid. Evil man.
And extremely beautiful. We ended up getting involved. We were single, he reportedly said. Okay, well, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we all already know it. It really doesn't take much for a man and a woman who are, you know, physically attracted to each other to get into a relationship. Like, it is what it is. It happens pretty quickly. So
bro,
for those of you,
don't play that.
woman,
No, bro. Don't play that bullshit game. There's nothing wrong with someone being attracted to someone. It's the context that makes it worse. That's what makes it horrible. No one gives a fuck about how young and how attractive they are. It's the context and the status that is being placed here. This is not some strange woman that he found and had an affair with. It's not his receptionist. It's not some strange woman he found on the street. This is his niece by law. Yes, they're not blood, and that's fine. Because if they have children, they're not going to be mutant looking. But, like, then again, he has no morals in himself to take on someone not only just younger than him, but someone who's under the veil of family, whether it's ex-family. There should be just, it's unspoken rule where you have to not, you don't have to, there's like certain things you don't have to say that you shouldn't be doing. The fact that you went down that route tells me a lot about you, bro. That's not cool. Like, there's certain things you just know you shouldn't be doing at a certain age or just at all, whether you are a certain age. That's some bullshit. It's not even ex-family because they have kids. Oh wait, what are you talking about? Who are you referring to? The wife or the niece? Oops, sorry.
Really trying to get with a particular person, you'll know if they really like you or not. Like, when the vibes are right and the shit, you know, that spark is there, it does not really take much time. Like, gonna be honest. And here, as you can see, which is sick work, here's the aunt, the ex-wife, right? The older lady, and then
she looks like a younger version of the aunt. That's why he went with her. The wife. It's not even ex-family because they have kids. No, they have kids. They have kids, but I think he said he was divorced already. But I don't know. The aunt looks like the niece, just a couple years older, like 10 years older. This man has no morals. You're going to hell, bro.
The younger woman here, the niece, bro, they kind of look similar. They look exactly the same, and I was seeing photos of both of them, and I was kind of getting confused. I'm like, yo, which one is the wife? Which one is the aunt? But yeah, I mean, it makes sense. And reportedly, according to The Sun, they say the new wife wrote a letter to the aunt saying, in a lengthy message, and I quote, Aunt Iran or Iran, I first want to tell you that this message is not an explanation or justification of anything. Jesus Christ. Yo, imagine your own niece, bro, literally eyeing your husband and probably being the contributing factor to why he divorced you. I mean, not gonna lie, she was aiming for your position the whole time. She was plotting deviously, especially a world-renowned global superstar worth probably hundreds of millions of dollars.
This is the niece. Oh, this is a horrible picture. She look old as shit. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. She looks old in this. Yeah, bro. This is This was this guy's an idiot. God damn.
I mean, hey, competition is crazy out here, even in family. Whoa. But she also said, I needed to tell you some things that unfortunately circumstances do not allow me to say personally. Although it is irrelevant to you now, I love you very much and care about you, so I'm speaking here. I really want you to know things that maybe everyone will talk about differently, mere speculation, but I don't really judge them because outsiders know absolutely nothing, and most of the time just want the situation to be worse. It's been very hard to face all of this, but I wouldn't do it if it wasn't true. I never imagined it could happen, but we don't rule our heart. No one is immune or exempt from it. Live the greatest of feelings. Sorry for everything. Wow, so deep. Felt so apologetic. Ladies and gentlemen, I just gotta say, if I were a woman, of which I never will be for obvious reasons, and I had my niece, who is also a woman who stole my husband at face value, I don't think it's something I would ever be able to forgive. I'm gonna be honest. She said, though, I'm sorry for everything. If I could choose, we wouldn't be going through this, but life doesn't spin the way we imagine it to. He showed me that there was no chance of a possible return, so we allowed ourselves to live. Iran has had her say on her ex-husband's new relationship. She told UOL columnist Leo Diaz, and I quote, "It is deeply regretted," and by the way, this is translated from Portuguese to English, so it may sound weird, but she says, "It is deeply regretted that Mr. Hulk, not content with ending a marriage of more than 12 years, he then did not respect the pain of the one who always devoted love, affection, respect, and consideration to him, as well as his children, whose supreme interests should be reserved by their father." Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. If I were in a situation, I would have probably stayed married to my wife. And if I were in...
He's gonna regret this decision, because 9 times out of 10, proven shows that most cases, the person you originally was with should have been stayed with, even if you had problems. Statistically show most people usually would pick the original person they were with, even though they may sometimes hate them.
Love with a woman, another woman that just so happened to be my niece, we would have to figure some other shit out, because there's just no way. Like, my kids are still kids, they're not 18 yet. At least wait until they're adults, you know, they're more mature, you know, without trying to disrupt their whole entire childhood. But then again, you don't know the inner workings of people's marriages. Now, obviously marrying your niece is still weird to me, but if she wasn't a niece per se, just another woman, and you're in love with her, you're no longer in love with your wife, listen, we don't know. They could have been abusing each other physically, emotionally, verbally.
Bro, it don't matter if she was putting a gun to this dude's head. The fact that you picked your niece, you have money and status, and you're a pretty good-looking dude. You pick your niece out of and you have money and status. You have, I think you're a soccer player or some shit. So it's not like you can't pull bitches. You pick your niece. This is evil. This is evil. You pick your ex-wife's niece. You can't tell me that's insane. This is not some dude who's on his luck. This is a dude with money, status, and millions of dollars. This is... Don't put this get that twisted. I don't know. I think they're usually... No, actually, no. They said usually the people who are usually really rich are the most traumatically damaged. Believe it or not. It's hard to believe that because they're rich, but like 9 times out of 10, you'd be surprised. You look at most of their backstories, they're usually horrible. Horrible. They're just really like... They got either very lucky in what they got into, or they used their trauma to get out of their situation, but they didn't heal. That's why there'll be rich dudes who will be like CEOs and sending money to the OnlyFans chick. You got to... I don't do free requests. You gotta pay for that. Sorry about that.
Marriage could have been hell, so everybody has their reasons for breaking up. Sometimes it's just better to divorce than to just stay together and possibly end up killing each other if things go too far, so I understand. Yeah, these things do happen. Personally, me, I don't know. It depends on how bad the marriage is and the relationship is, but definitely do everything in your power to stay together. For the kids, for sure. I mean, kids have more of an advantage in life if their parents stay together and, you know, they have that support system instead of being split custody, split time, split this. It's just weird. It's annoying. I grew up like this technically, and it fucked me up. I'm not gonna lie. Technically, my parents never married each other, which is just fucking horrible.
There it is. That's usually what happens most of the time when these people do this. They have children, and half the time they're not even with the original person they have children with, and they usually hate that person, say evil things about that person. Mostly do to the kids if pissed off enough, whether it's true or not. You know, 2 aunts. I don't think that's technically a good thing, but like, it is what it is.
Too. But yeah, again, here you have the football player Hulk, his ex-wife with 3 kids, some other lady, random lady, and then the niece. Like, shit. And of course, because the story is now going viral again, the top comment here from the new wife, the niece's latest post says nasty work. Another one said, it must not be the real profile. I would never leave the comments open knowing that all of Brazil hates you. That is crazy. And this guy is incredibly famous in Brazil, probably near the level of Messi or whatever, Ronaldo. So this must have been a very, very big public divorce. Another person said, if I'm his daughter, I'd never look at him in the face again. Here we have some throwing up emojis. Another person said Judas putting God, and this is bizarre. Yeah. So yeah, people are disgusted. And again, the fact that his children's cousin, which is her, is now technically their mother-in-law is crazy, while also being their cousin. And their sibling, which is their brother, is now also their cousin as well. As one commenter,
they're gonna hate that boy. They're gonna hate that boy by just pure spite. Especially the young ones. They're gonna hate the fuck out of that boy. I think there's a setting you can. I don't know if you're using an iPhone, but if you can turn it off. You can probably turn that off if I remember right. Hello. Oh, where is? I just had it. I didn't save it. Oh my god. Hold on. God. Then probably is. Oh, if it's a Samsung, it definitely has it because one thing with Android phones, they are very customizable as hell. Like one thing with Samsung, Android phones specifically, I'm not even saying Samsung. With Androids, they are very known for their customizations. And having too much customization, I think. Sometimes have too much. iPhone tends to lack this. It lacks customization and stuff like that. There should be like a turn off spell check or whatever the fuck.
Mentioned calling him their cousin. Yeah, this is crazy work. I'm not gonna lie. Wow.
That is horrible. I hope your father burns in hell. That's a horrible thing to do to his wife, to his ex-wife, whether he's with her or not. That is just embarrassing. That is embarrassing as shit. Try to explain that to your family. What? Where? What happens? What are you talking about? You just don't care. And AI manga is #1 in Japan. Is that really a thing?
So you know the localization versus translation discourse is getting wild when folks that don't even normally cover anime, hell, when folks that don't even watch anime or read manga are taking note of the situation. Welcome back to Words Paradise. I'm your host, Leon Idol. And yes, we got a boy, Smash JT, Grift JT, friend of the channel, talking about the AI-generated manga whose title translates to My Dear Wife.
Oh, that's not in the US?
Top
No, that dude's from South America. He's not from here. Alright, that's not a thing. You might be talking about the home Alabama thing, but no. No, that's not. That was in South America. That was in Brazil.
Topping rankings in Japan's largest ebook store. This situation is hilarious. I want to see how well Smash covers it, considering this is not his realm, and there's still some people that might not heard about this. So we're gonna get into it. Before we do, hit that subscribe button. I'm a nerdy news channel. I cover nerdy news every day, and let's see what they got.
This comes to us from Anime Updates, an AI-generated manga, also known.
Okay, he gotta be doing this on purpose. We have told him countless thousands of times it is manga. Guys, all right, look, I ain't trying to brigade my buddy here, but if you see the original video, which will be linked in the description down below, downvote it just because he said manga.
Known as manga, if you actually read it.
Well, you guys do have a law there that you
all right, never mind.
You guys do have a law there that you can marry your cousin or some shit.
Self-awareness kicked in. The self-awareness kicked in. Still, fuck this guy.
Whose title translates to "My Dear Wife, Will You Be My Lover," has topped the rankings of Japan's largest e-book store, CMOA. And I think this right here speaks to the point of what I've been trying to get across to all the AI haters online. And
yeah, they have some type of law over there in the state that you guys can marry your cousin, some stupid shit.
On social media, they're trying to push back, saying they're taking our gerbs. The people buying the products do not care.
Bingo, bango, bongo. 40 seconds in, he's already objectively correct. And I've said that about
usually people associate to the marrying your cousin thing. Let me see, just to make sure I'm not spewing nonsense, because that's usually why, I think if I remember right, Alabama has a law that you can actually yeah, you guys have a law. Yes, you can legally marry your first cousin in Alabama. The state law permits the first cousin marriages without special conditions like genetic counseling, or age restrictions, treating it the same as other marriages, and not classified as incest under Alabama law. Alabama is one of the several states where first cousin marriages is legal. Along with states like California, Florida, New York, and though some other states have restrictions and prohibitions, according to Wikipedia article. First cousin marriages are legal throughout the state. Yep. Yeah. Alabama has an incest law that you can. Incest laws, section prohibits marriage and ancestors, descendants, and siblings. Okay, so it says here prohibits marriage to ancestors, descendants, siblings, aunts, uncles, nephews, and nieces, but not first cousins. So you cannot. So in Alabama, you cannot.
The vast majority, but like, here's the dealio. How the product is made means nothing so long as the product is a good product. And if you disagree, well, I bet you're pretty anti-slavery. You probably shouldn't be typing your hate comments on the cell phone that you're using to watch this video then, because guess what? They use slave labor to get the components for those cell phones over in Africa and shit. Oh, but it'd be too inconvenient to give up your cell phone. Yes, if you're gonna be intellectually honest, acknowledge, we don't fucking care so long as it's a good product.
They will buy what appeases them. They might pretend like, oh no, I totally won't buy AI generated stuff. No, I don't agree with that. If it comes out, if it's good, if it's almost as important, cheap, people will gravitate towards it. That's not to say that there's not a market for authentic drawn, hand-drawn, or in game development, authentically code written without any AI. There will always be a
Slavery
market
and
for
all that
that,
stuff
and
still
typically there'll be
exists.
a
That
combination
still
of
exists.
the
It's
two.
just not in
In
here.
fact, there will be probably a premium on that. Like, look, you can go to Walmart right now, and for $7 you can buy a basket. However, you want yourself a nice hand-woven basket by a fucking grandma that's 93 years old, has been doing it her entire life, you're gonna pay a premium. You're gonna pay a solid, I don't know, how much does a basket cost? Let's say a nice hand-woven basket is $30 compared to the $7 one at Walmart. But why do you pay the $30? You want that handcrafted from the heart goodness that Granny was able to give you. Yes, this is the exact same thing. Art will never go away. Hand-drawn art will never go away. In fact, the people making the art will probably be able to charge a little bit more because no AI was involved. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement.
But this right here points to exactly what I and many other people, I don't want to take all...
Yeah, slavery is still a significant global issue with a estimated, it's only banned here, bro. Yeah, slavery is still a significantly global issue with an estimated 50 million people living in modern slavery, including forced labor, human trafficking, debt bondage, and forced marriage, hidden in supply chains and communities worldwide. While slavery is outlawed, contemporary slavery involves exploitation and control, affecting nearly every country and impacting vulnerable populations like women and children. Forced labor, Let me see. Let's see what countries. Let me see. Let me see. Modern including slave labor, trans forest management persists globally with many countries. Let me see. So examples of countries affected. The irony in this, where a lot of Black Americans like to talk about slavery all damn day, still happens in their still countries amongst each other. So like Asia, North Korea, India, and China has slaves. Africa and I can't. Argentina. I can say that wrong. Let me see. Am I saying this word wrong? No, I don't want to say it wrong. Mauritania, South Sudan, and Mali. Arab states like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Kuwait. Americans like Venezuela, Haiti, and Salvador. So everywhere outside of America. Almost everywhere. Well, not almost everywhere, but mostly in not the European states, but mostly in the East Asia, South Asia, and then like Africa, Middle East, and the Americans. So like it's associated to America, like Venezuela and Haiti and El Salvador. So yeah, slavery is not gone. It was no global anything. It was just banned here. There's a difference.
All the credit for it, but this is what everyone's that knows what's happening has been saying for the longest.
The irony about that, Black Americans like to bring up slavery every 5 seconds to white people, but they don't try to stop slavery like Dr. Umar Johnson to stop slavery or Akon to stop slavery in their own countries. Dr. Umar Johnson's from America, but Akon, I think, is actually from Africa. So, or John Wycliffe.
Longest time. Anime Updates provides the screenshot of the top
of the list, baby,
mangas and the #1 selling.
Plus Jay-Z and Beyonce and even what's her name? Oprah Winfrey has been to Africa many times and not tried to stop it in the slightest.
100%.
No, these are 3 of them I mentioned are billionaires. So, and Dr. Dre is I think a billionaire as well. So
AI generated. This is the future, and based off the cover photo, I can't say that I'm upset about it. This is from Automation, AI generated.
Yeah, the whole slavery thing, the global slavery thing is not true. We stopped slavery here in America directly, but we didn't stop the slavery. Slavery didn't stop itself. Well, if they live in, where are these? If they don't live in, I don't know that they've been affected by this, but like, if they live in these areas.
Eritrea, Mauritania, South Sudan, Sudan, Mali.
So. Oh, then they're fine then. Well, they say Liberia, probably very slow, very low, but then again, it's not mentioned in here, so.
Manga becomes top ranked in Japan's biggest ebook store. And AI-generated manga has recently been topping Japan's biggest ebook store, Comic Simoa's young adult charts.
Now the question is, in what regard was the AI used? How much was it just used for the art? Did they write out the story 100%, the dialogue, all that themselves, then just generate the art? Did the AI help them with the story? Now at the end of the day, I actually don't care because I do think that, like I was saying earlier, if the product is a good enough product, people will buy it. Look, if they got an AI and they were able to generate enough instances of dialogue and conversation, maybe do some tweaking themselves, and then they were able to put AI generated images to that, I don't really think it matters.
Well, it was not mentioned on the list, so I can't argue that. Wait, actually, you know what? That no, we go based on where you're born. We go based on where you're born. If you're born in America, you're African American, even if you may have West Indian or South African roots to other places, or you live with someone who's that's how it works, because that causes too much confusion. You may have like West Indian family, you may have African, South African, or West African family, North African, whatever, East African family, and that's fine. But ultimately, it's where you're born that we derive from that point. So you can have those roots, and you may have family there. It's where you're born that matters.
Is the story a good story? Yes. Oh, well then, like, this is really no different than people who, like, put out, let's say, good movies, even if they are completely politically opposite you. You know, Rob Reiner put out one of the greatest movies of all time, The Princess
Like, for instance, 21 Savage is actually he was born in, I don't know how long he was raised in Britain, but he was in Britain, and he was born in Britain. We've referred to him as a Brit, even though he acts more Black American than any Brit that I've ever seen, so...
Bride. I'll never not consume The Princess Bride just because that dude's politics makes me upset. He's spaghetti. Or I guess they did make me upset. Spaghetti. Just in case you guys hadn't heard, recently there was a little bit of news talking about Rob Reiner. I'll let you look it up for yourselves.
AI-generated manga is currently topping the young adult category of Japan's largest ebook store, Comic Simoa. While some reviews lean towards the positive side, the manga's rise through the ranks has others worried about the future of the industry. Again, if people want to make the art themselves, they can. If people are going to buy the AI generated instead of yours, that's where the future is going.
Well, I'm also curious why it says, you know, that people are worried about the future of the industry. For one, this is currently an outlier. Now, will it always be an outlier? Who's to say? But right now, this is very obviously an outlier. Most people are not going to have the technical skill, and most of the AI is not good enough without lots of regeneration and whatnot, assuming they're talking about generative AI, not even retranslate, but just like rewrite over and over to make sure you got exactly what you need. And even if this does become more or less like the norm, there are people that are going to still, like Smash saying, make their own manga. They're going to write it. They're going to draw it, the whole nine. But also, you still need the ideas to come from somewhere. People still got to pitch the ideas. They still got to get picked up in, you know, like Weekly Shonen Jump or whatever you're reading it out of. So, yeah, I don't, even if this does have ramifications for the industry or the future of the industry, I think we're a ways off from that. But I also don't think that the ramifications are near enough to be worried about, considering all the pre-prep that goes into actually getting a manga published.
It's no different than if you were in the business of selling horses and buggies and Henry Ford invented a car. You can't be like, no, don't do that mode of transportation because it's easier and more efficient than what I'm doing here, because that's going to destroy my business of selling the horses and carriages that I do over here. Released on December 28, 2025, My Dear Wife, Will You Be My Lover, unofficial translation, is a 4-volume manga created by...
Okay, it's the unofficial translation. So it looks like the AI hasn't translated it to English yet.
I don't think so.
I believe that Japan uses DL Site. I could be wrong about that. DL Site for translation. So I guess this is something that's currently only available natively in Japan, which makes sense because they'll probably have to go through a whole new process of even if you use AI to translate it, you still need someone to do the oversight, make sure it comes off properly, things to that effect. So yeah, okay, it's good to know this is still currently only in Japanese.
Mamaya, and published by Studio Zune. The rather suggestive story revolves around a 35-year-old husband and wife who are having trouble rekindling the spark and some of the more mature aspects of their relationship.
I really want this to get animated, like for this to become an anime, but have, I don't know which would be funnier actually. Have real people make the anime that was the manga was made by AI, or to come full circle and have AI also make the anime, full frames, animation, voice acting. Like I don't know which would be sweeter to me, but either way, I want this to be made in anime because like regardless which route it goes, it'll be funny.
I don't know how they'd be struggling to get a spark if she looks like that. Okay, sounds like this guy might have a guy problem if he's having an issue here. Though many Comic Samoa user reviews focus on the art and the story writing of the manga, other reviews talk about its poor quality by AI standards. Elements like cut and pasted characters, wordy introduction dialogue, more similar to a novel, and plain-looking backgrounds were brought up, with the overall consensus being that the manga is just plain boring.
Look, I'm gonna be real. Somehow I doubt that. Something doesn't get to the top of the charts by being just plain boring. Well, then again, I don't know, didn't Alien Earth do pretty well?
Save time.
By and large, people aren't spending their real life hard-earned money for something that just isn't good, or at least, maybe not isn't good, because that's, subjective and whatnot, but something that isn't entertaining them. So they are getting something out of this just by virtue of it being at the top of the charts. That means there are people that are willing to spend their money to read this, to take in this entertainment. Now, I haven't seen the interior, so I don't know if the art is bland. I don't know if the art's boring, but let's be real. There's a lot of boring-ass manga out there that were made by people, too. Like, just the fact that it was made by AI is not the inherent reason it's boring. It could be boring because the person that prompted the AI, whoever has the idea with the story, isn't necessarily a good writer or didn't, generate good enough art. Like, there's plenty of boring-ass stories and manga and manga art and anime and shit like that out there.
It seems like the only saving grace for many is the sexy parts, which are reported to be of higher quality than the rest of the manga, but are of few frequency. Some of Comic Samoa readers are also suggesting the review section as a way to express their disappointment in AI-generated manga. So there you go. People are wondering why it only has 3 stars. That means that there are people upset that it's selling, and they're giving it 1-star reviews.
Well, to be fair, it's probably a mix of both. You probably got some actual hardcore manga connoisseurs who are reading this and like, yo, what is this trash? 1-star review. You got people who are going to say, oh, this is AI. I fundamentally hate AI. 1-star review. You're going to also have the flip side of that on both aspects. You're going to have the people that just, they're so happy with the advent of AI being a thing. They're so pro-AI. They're the AI bros. They're going to give it 5 stars just based on that. You got people that are going to give this book 5 stars because anything with smutty scenes got 5 stars. Like, and then you're obviously going to have the relative folks in the middle who are going to judge this based on what it is, the quality of the content, the story, the narrative, the characters,
hey,
how
Julie,
good
what's
the art
going on?
is, does it satisfy their entertainment needs or other kind of needs, considering the type of book this is. But the point is, this is going to be all over the place. But yeah, Smash isn't wrong. There's going to certainly be a subset of people who are 1-star rating this purely because of the AI aspect.
And just knocking it down because it's AI. Now that the proverbial Pandora's box has been opened, several speculations have arisen, such as whether the positive reviews for My Dear Wife, Will You Be My Lover were made by fake accounts to boost its reception. Some have even considered discontinuing their usage of Comic Samoa and moving to a platform where AI-generated manga is prohibited. Good luck with that. Hey, have fun. If I was the company, I'd be like, all right, bye. Like, at this, we are the largest bookstore for manga. We sell it all here. What? You want us to stop selling certain things that you ideologically disagree with? This is a post-translation over on X. Kazuo Ibashi, a manga author and editor who most notably worked on editing Mob Psycho 100 and The World Only God Knows.
You know what? I'm actually pretty impressed. Smash ain't doing too terribly bad in his pronunciation this time around. I'm not sure how he pronounced Kazuki Shibashi, but I think nothing jumped out at me of it being that bad. So, good on Smash. The man who ardently doesn't watch anime or read manga might be doing something proper here.
Notice how Comic Samoa users are more invested in content of the manga and perhaps becoming more nonchalant toward the fact that it was generated by AI, given how normalized the tool has become in recent days.
Well, there we go. That seems to be, post-translation. The reviews aren't particularly heated either, and readers don't seem to care whether the artist is AI or not. Perhaps it's only the creators themselves who are concerned. Has this era finally arrived? I expect it will explode in popularity this year. And again, that is coming from an author and editor who worked on things like Mob Psycho 100 and The World God Only Knows. Yeah, I don't disagree with this at all, because the majority of the people who are paying for the product, this is what they believe. I don't know how many of you guys are musicians or whatnot, but they say there's two types of musicians out there, right? There's the musicians that make music for regular people and musicians who make music for other musicians. And by and large, the musicians that make music for other musicians are fucking insufferable. I imagine it's the same with other types of artists out there. Whether you're drawing anime stuff, whether you're doing painting, whether you're doing sculpting, if you're trying to put your art out there and you want the approval of the people as opposed to the approval of your peers, you're probably going to have a similar outlook. Like, hey, I'm just giving the people what they want. Ain't no problem with that. Frankly, Nickelback is a master of that craft.
So real quick, just take a look at this, because this actually a very insightful post. Finally, Seymour San's overall first place goes to AI manga. Zun-san has made their move. Complicated. However, it's the era. It seems like 2026 will be a tumultuous year. The reviews aren't that heated either, and it seems like readers don't really care whether the artist is using AI or not. I wonder if only the creators are the ones who are concerned about it. Has this era finally arrived? It will probably explode in numbers this year. Well, not only that, but think about it this way. If you're a fan of manga and you understand what makes a good manga, you could literally become a manga author and artist right this second. You could literally start putting your own manga together with the help of AI.
So he's not wrong. Again, I mean, I'm a purist. It's not a manga unless it comes from Japan. So even if you understand everything about what makes a good manga, sorry, if you're a white boy, you live in America, you ain't making a manga. You're making something inspired by manga. But I'm splitting hairs at this point. Yeah, Smash is correct. And also, this goes back to my previous point. If you're somebody that really understands manga, really understands the art, the storytelling, which, again, it's not like manga's a monolith. It's just like anything else. There's loads of different genres: sci-fi, romance, horror, action, fantasy. The list goes on. So if you're just a good storyteller, you'll be able to tell a good story. But we've got plenty of bad stories. Like, I'm not huge on manga. I'm far more of an anime guy, just because I like to multitask, and it's hard to multitask when you're reading. You're sitting there with a book in your hand, so I can be up and moving and whatnot, folding the laundry, doing the dishes while I'm watching anime. But the point is, if you're going to be a connoisseur of this stuff, then you've probably noticed there's a lot more bad than good. Just like with any media, most music sucks. Most movies suck. Most TV shows suck. But then you've got the good shit that stands out. Why is it the case? Most people aren't particularly talented regardless whether they use AI or not. So yeah, you're going to have to wade through a lot of sludge to get to the good shit anyway. So AI has no bearing on that, because that's the way it's always been.
There's nothing holding you back. That should scare a lot of the artists, because now it's opened up the field to anyone that wants to come in and do it themselves and prove to the world that they have a passion project to be able to make this what they want to come to fruition, as opposed to having the gatekeepers behind the book publishers and I went to school to draw these characters. It's no different, by the way, with the journalists in the gaming realm, where they're mad at YouTubers. Like, you didn't go to school for journalism. You don't need to. That's why they hate us. And it's going to be no different when it comes to this stuff, too. He surmises that perhaps only manga artists such as himself truly care about this aspect of the creation process and expects AI-generated manga to become more popular in 2026. Kurosawa says, low-hanging fruit reply, guy move. First off, who cares? Secondly, this won't happen again unless creativity in AI outpaces human work. Well, it will. That's what the concern with AI is with everyone is every single day that you wake up, AI is the worst it will ever be. The next day, it's going to be better than it was the day before. Lastly,
he's right.
This is technically a good thing. It means that people can't get away with making bland Isaki slop.
Base Kurosai Senpai. People can't get away with making bland isekai slop anymore. By the way, Smash, I noticed how you said isekai, Asaki, but whatever. Yes, down with the bland isekai slop. If it takes AI to fucking wreck that genre, then I'm all here for it.
Up anymore, they'll have to compete directly with robots. Publications are likely to create a barrier to entry if there is an influx of AI-generated stories. This would basically ensure that human slop is prevented from being published as well.
Correct.
I think that's actually a banger point right there. I would imagine if this does blow up, then it's going to turn into there will be AI-only segments of the area for the store, so that if people do only gravitate towards what's hand-drawn by people, they will ignore all that stuff. If it does blow up, and there'll be two completely different segments of the market, potentially. I ultimately see this becoming a one true, people just want what's best.
I was like, yeah, I'm gonna smash on that. Well, you might have artificial separation because you're gonna have like these store-facing websites, these storefronts. They're like, here's our AI section, here's our hand-drawn section, whatever. Most people aren't gonna give a fuck. They're just gonna be like, what's the best story? What's got the best art? What's got the best characters? What am I in the mood for today? And the AI aspect will mean literally nothing to them.
That really depends. That really depends. It really depends. I'm not even gonna lie to you because it's gonna get to a point where you can't tell if it was written by AI or not, and that's gonna be a problem. I don't think what people don't understand is, yeah, that's great that it might make up new stories that you probably have never thought of, and that's fine. But the issue with this is that it's good. We're going to be too reliant on it to the point that we're going to be too stupid. Whether the stories are stupid or they're very good, we're going to end up being stupid in the long run because we're going to be too reliant on this thing. That's where the problem's going to come in. Companies are going to be too reliant on the AI for virtually everything. And then when the AI stops working for some odd reason, that's where all hell will break loose.
These are the same people that, forget that AI is being used in just about everything. If you're using YouTube right now, guess what? You're utilizing AI. So, yeah, the more that becomes normalized, as if it isn't pretty much normalized already, the less and the less people are going to give a fuck. And again, if this pushes people towards having to better their craft to, separate themselves from the AI, that's actually only better for people in general anyway.
They don't care how the hot dog is made. They just want a good hot dog. The same thing I say when I go to the ball game. I don't ask the guy throwing the hot dog to me, hey, what hot dog is, where to get made, what's inside this, and is it good for, I don't give up.
Okay, yeah. You never ask how the hot dog's made. You'll never want a hot dog again. Unless you're like me and you're a fucking goblin and just don't care.
Fuck. I really don't. If it's a delicious hot dog, I'm going to eat it and enjoy the ball game. If the hot dog was made by an AI robot, cool. Literally don't care. If I get gears and bolts that are chipping my teeth, I'm going to have some problems, though. It needs to be good. It has to taste good. With the poor quality of anime in 2025, now I support AI.
Base.
Yeah, no, I hate this. This isn't being adaptive. This is just laziness for instant gratification. That sounds like somebody that would block me for seeing my post of I told ChatGPT to make her beautiful. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, again, people don't care where the art comes from. They just want it to be pleasing to the eye.
Now, people say, you know, they don't care where the art comes from. You're always going to have that debate as to whether or not AI art is art. And there's good points either way. I would, you know, err on the side of yes, it is. But this isn't the place for that debate. Actually, me and Senny have streamed debates about that before, so you can just check that out in the past. But by and large, people more than anything care about where the content is coming from. Most people aren't looking for art. Most people are looking for content.
Everything's being generated.
And that's the way I look at it too. And
that's why the creator of Gotcha Kuda left Twitter. She says she's not posting any more art on Twitter till that feature is gone or some shit, which I don't think will ever be gone.
That might hurt feelings. That might crack a few eggs to make the omelet, but it's the truth. And a lot of times the truth hurts. And I think this is a very fascinating story, which is why I want to highlight it, because I know right now it's just Japanese manga, but just wait, because this is the future of technology and all aspects of entertainment.
Well, it's not just Japanese manga, though, to be fair. Like, what was that Nick Fury show, that Disney Plus Nick Fury show? Not the Inhumans, the...
Invasion.
Secret Wars?
Secret Invasion.
Was it Secret Wars?
Secret
Either
Invasion.
way, y'all get the point. Not Secret War. Secret Invasion. Secret Invasion used an AI opening, right? It used an AI opening versatile cards. And people threw a bitch fit for a couple days.
It will be, but kids who are being born in this era won't know. So they're going to think everything will be genuine. So they're going to be overlapped genuineness of what's real and what's not. So they'll never know.
Guess what? They stopped watching the show because the show.
See, what these companies kind of realize now is that they don't have to listen to any of us, whether we like the AI or not. All they have to do is outlive us. That's it. Once they outlive you, they can just push their slot, because the new generation of children are going to be so ingrained with this in their lives already. It's not going to be a bother. So people who were born much earlier and was born while it was being made was going to have a problem with it, but the people who are going to be born with it before, it's not going to be an issue, not that much of an issue to them. And the more that happens, that humanity gets lost over time. That piece of humanity just keeps deteriorating, and we'll never know. As time goes by, people are not going to realize it till it's too late, or they're not going to realize what is missing. They're going to have a missing thing about themselves that they can't pinpoint or why. It's like young boys or young girls, they say, why am I so unhappy? Why am I so unhappy more than I ever was? And then they can't figure out what it is.
It sucked. It didn't crack the top 10. It didn't do numbers at all. It wasn't like the whole show was bad. No, the human aspects of the show were so fucking bad, if you can call anything Marvel does human, that the AI intro was like the least of the controversies around that film, or show.
Not limited to manga or comics or books or even video games, but it's coming for Hollywood too. As soon as Suna and the Google ones and all those start getting to the point where user-generated content can be on the level of a Hollywood movie, I'm going to be first in line to create my own movie the way I want to. I think that's going to be the coolest thing in the world. I'm like super excited for that day to come.
Just like Badger's always saying, bro, this is how we fix Star Wars. This is how we gonna save Star Wars. You get to make your own Star Wars.
It's gonna be no barriers.
That's not. Okay, whatever.
No red tape. No, oh, you can't say that, or you can't do that. You can make whatever you want, and then share it with your friends, and then word of mouth will spread it. And if it's good enough, the cream will rise to the top, and we'll have a golden age of entertainment will come from this. And I genuinely believe that. That's why I'm so excited about this. And I know there's a lot of people that hate AI because they're always worried about, well, how's it hurting me and what I've worked for.
Well, right, but these people say, how's it hurting me, what I've worked for? These people haven't actually worked for anything. They haven't put in the work to make their own manga or make their own video game or anything to that effect. They're virtue signaling on behalf of others who they think it will hurt so they can get some feely good parts points.
We'll see what happens with that, but for now, I'll leave it there.
Yep.
Groofus says, I've been saying this for a few years. We're entering holodeck entertainment age. People can entertain themselves. Yep.
Yep. Based. Yeah, excellent video from Smash AT. Got some pronunciations wrong there, you know, again, isekai, manga, but by and large, he's got the right idea. Like, you don't need to be some sort of expert in anime or manga. You don't even need to be a fan of anime or manga to be able to see the concept of where AI is going with this entertainment medium and a bunch of other entertainment mediums and how it's going to be applied, how it's going to be used. Look, you got two choices. You can either accept that AI is here to stay, maybe even jump on an AI train and figure out how to get to work in your advantage, or you can plug your ears and be completely just senseless to the idea of what's happening, where it's going, and be left in the dust. And a lot of people are taking that second option, and
I don't mind people using it and being transparent with it. I don't like it when people try to pass off as they drew it. You know what I'm saying? I understand that I have no real issue people using it per se. I have no problem with it in that sense because eventually it's going to be in virtually everything. So just to try to ignore as much as possible, you're just delaying the inevitable, which is fine. But like, I don't like when people try to pass off as if they drew it. That's my problem with it. And then not only that, like he's saying that what he's saying doesn't realize that makes it worse. The more that people get into something, the more worse it becomes. The more niche something is, the better it is because it adds more purity and it's much more genuine in itself. But when you let everyone in, not everyone have the great intentions to make that thing, last. But hey. Yep, that's what it is. It's literally tricking you. See, what he doesn't understand is like that. I don't know if you watch Gacha Kuda, but there's an episode in Gacha Kuda, or at least a segment in one of the episodes where the gang goes to some city, and as they go into the city, a bunch of people can't get in. Well, 2 people can't get inside said city because the spellcaster who overlooks the city put a spell on the city where if you have bad intentions, not to make the city better but make it worse, and you have like a very mentality to troll and destroy, you can't get in. I believe you. There's a lot of them on YouTube. They have these people talking and stuff like that. And at first you might think they're real, and then you realize they're not. Because they make the same gesture movements, or they act strangely, or they're talking this weird like tone and everything.
It's only going to hurt them. Like, those of us that acknowledge it, whether you even like it or dislike it, is really neither here nor there. Because you can dislike it, but still acknowledge that it's here to stay. It's the people that are fighting against AI, that think, that for whatever reason, have a thought that they can change this isn't the course of where things are going. I'm sorry, you're wrong. Because when the entire tech industry and when first world governments the world over are all pouring billions, if not trillions of dollars into AI, your little posts on X and your little Hollywood fucking protests outside of, on Sunset Boulevard or whatever, yeah, that ain't gonna do shit because that's not where...
He's not wrong. That's not gonna do anything. That's why when they say hashtag this, hashtag that, it might start controversy and a trend, but that shit is going to die. Like, only an idiot actually believes that they make a hashtag or they get a bunch of people riled up and it just makes one trend like type issue. That thing's gonna die. It never goes away. It like once something starts, I notice in this world, it never really goes away. It just kind of lasts until it literally fades on its own, and it's really hard for that to happen, especially if people keep feeding into it. So like, he's not wrong. I don't want to agree with him, but then again, it makes total sense. It's not gonna go away. Like you asking, like it's the equivalent as you asking. It's like if you were to ask for racism to go away, it's not gonna go away. Racism will never be abolished. I don't know why everyone thinks that. Some crazy liberal person thinks that if you do enough of a hashtag or bitch and moan about, social issues, that's going to make it go away. We've been doing that for centuries. That has not worked. That does not work. It doesn't work. You can try mitigate it, but it will never go away. Racism will never go away. As long as there is a difference between you and me, whether we look alike or not, if there's any form of difference, racism can always breach in. You'd be surprised. Like, I think they did that one experiment with that one teacher. She did this one experiment. I forgot, it was back in, like, I think 1960s or some shit, where she told all the white children, she told all the white children, the ones with the blue eyes are better than the one with the brown eyes. No, these are white children. Specifically, all her children are white. And this was 1950s, 1960s. And she told all her children in her classroom, we're doing a test to show. And yeah, so like she said, the kids with brown eyes are less than the kids with blue eyes. She was doing an experiment. So all the kids that have blue eyes was considered to be better than the ones that are brown. And she did this for 1 week. Within the week, all the children with blue eyes was extremely rude, mean, and just absolutely just evil towards the ones with brown eyes. No, these are all white children. Not a single black person was in that class. And they was racist to each other. So that means it doesn't matter if you're black, it doesn't matter if you're Asian. You can find racism in virtually anything. If you watch anime, you get discriminated against. If you have brown eyes, you get discriminated against. If you're white, you get discriminated against. If you're black, you get discriminated against. If you look a little different from everyone, even if you're from the same race or the same country or the same village or whatever case it be, you can be discriminated against. That's just how things work. You know what I'm saying? That's human nature at its most evil and most core. That's something you can't just eradicate with a fucking cancellation or with a fucking hashtag. Anyone who does that shit, you're mentally ill. You think literally a hashtag should just make the world better tomorrow? Are you stupid? like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It is a major issue when endangers lives, but to expect the world to just stop being racist because you made a video or you made a heartfelt video, a documentary, you made a hashtag, you did a petition, you try to cancel someone because he said something rude and he said he's a Nazi and everything on the world. It don't matter. Even Nazis discriminate. I can't say it. Oh my God. Discriminate against each other as well. They really do. You think Nazis always agree with each other too? Fuck no. They don't agree with each other all the time. They just disagree that they don't like you specifically if you are a minority or something like that. But they don't always agree with each other on everything. They still call each other evil names if the opportunity arises. It works to a degree, but it causes issues because what happens is if these people are supposed to protect you, what's going to happen? What's happening? You're letting 5 or 6 bad apples ruin the rest of the country for everyone else. So that means the officers who was doing their job did everything to the book. They did their reports. They're not really doing anything wrong. Gets pulled in this nonsense where even the slightest inconvenience to any civilian in the slightest who doesn't know law think they're in the right to just pull out their phone, which they are. But then again, what that does, you're just looking for a confrontation. And then what's going to happen is they will say everything under the sun to the cop. And if the cop says anything slightly out of line, oh, brutality, blah, 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 they're being mean to me, blah, 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 I'm going to get money. But most of them are not doing it because they care about the social issue. Majority of them are doing it because they want to get some money. They want to, if they're going to be a victim, they're going to benefit from it. That's what that is. They're not doing it for social issues. They're doing it because they know they can get money in it. You'd be surprised how many people would pull out their phone and try to pull they're discriminating against me type shit. They're being brutal towards me type shit. And half the time, if you actually pay attention to the person who's complaining, they usually are the perpetrator to their problem. Or they're encouraging horrible behavior. And the thing is, cops, I don't think cops are out here doing the shit that most people claim they're doing. Not saying there's a few, but majority of them are on record with the camera on them, and people pull out their camera. So if I have my camera on me, what's recording what I'm saying and hearing, and then you have your camera on me, and several other people have cameras on me, Why would I go all out to be racist or even be rude? If anything, I wouldn't even deal with the individual. This is why a lot of cops probably don't go in urban areas, because what's going to happen is whenever they step into urban areas and some bullshit is going on, they'll just wait till they kill each other, or the problem comes or arises or comes to its end, and then they come at the end. They purposely sometimes just don't go because they know what's going to be pulled in onto them. So they'd be like, you know what, if there's a shootout or whatever case may be, and we're like down the block, we'll wait extra 5 to 10 minutes. Because I don't want to deal with that shit. They pull out their phone, they're yelling, they're overreacting, they're being over emotional. I can't tell them to calm down, because if I tell them, they're going to be even more over emotional. They're going to pull out their phone. They're saying I'm being insensitive, everything under the sun, especially if you're some type of white guy. You know what I'm saying? Or if you're a black guy and you're in an urban area, you're a self-hating, race-hating person. They will act the worst off camera because they're not on camera. They would, most likely. Most likely they would. Because they're being watched. But this is why I don't think most cops are doing what most people claim they're doing. But, you know. I don't like this. Hold up. I'm trying to think. I should make that bigger. It looks too skinny here. I'll make that bigger. I don't know. I don't think it's too much. I don't think it's too much. I don't think it's like, I don't know. I just can't say it's too much or is majority. I just can't, because like everything has nuance. And what happens is most cases when people pull out their phone, they're only pulling their phone at the part where they're being fucked with. So like, give me a lowdown on that story.
The money is. So yeah, your best bet, even if you don't like AI,
So I don't want to make
is to acknowledge the genie's out of the
a
bottle. This is where we're going with it. As
make
far as
a
how
statement
it
and
affects
not know
me
the
and the
story.
content that I consume, specifically anime, manga, video games, the things that I absolutely love. I couldn't care less. I've seen so much anime slop, dude. I'm watching a show right now called Monster Girl Doctor, and I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, I got about 4 or 5 episodes left. This is a 4 out of 10 anime if I am being generous. It's from 2020, so there was no AI in there. It's just slop. And I mean that to the actual, like, utmost...
you gotta look at it this way. If you was a teacher, say you was a teacher, a principal, and you saw 2 boys fighting, or before, I don't know about that I can't speak on it. But like, let's put it this way. Say I can't speak on your situation on that because I don't know the full context, if the guy is actually friends with him or not, or whatever the case may be, or he just soft talked them. But like, the point is I'm saying is this. Imagine you are a principal or a teacher, and you're hearing that there's a discrepancy happening at your school, and you're coming around the corner and you see a young boy punch another one in the face, right? You don't know how it started or what the case may be. So the first thing you're going to do is go after the boy who threw the first punch that you saw. For all we know, the other one already was messing with that one first. But because you came around the corner and saw what you saw, you're going to go based off what you see first. And you're going to stop that one from attacking the other one and probably harshly punish that one because he just happens to be seen first punching. For all I know, that's probably the bull. For one who got punched in the face, he probably was the bully the entire time. But you don't know the whole story. So that's why instantly, I'm not speaking on your behalf on what happened because I don't know. But let me put it this way. So I was stupid and I was stupid. I did have a good awareness, and the other guy abused this and bullied me. He kept slapping the back of my neck and going in and crowd to hide, and when I found him, I had to slap the fuck out of him. Okay, I get it. Okay. I get it now. It was more of a teasing. Okay, like a weird hazing thing. Okay. Yeah, that happens. Yep. Ah, let's go. A fellow Gaggar fan. Let's go. Let me see. Yeah, but it was obviously you the aggressive was because I was relaxed when the cop came and he was aggressive, angry one. Well, you know, you have to look at it this way. Cops don't jump on you because you yelled and screamed. They come maybe if you get physical. That's when they have an indication to jump in. So if they saw you physically touch him before he came around the corner, they're gonna come for you. Because like they can't come for you if you're yelling and screaming. Well, you could be making a disturbance or something, but they can't put you arrest for that specifically. Well, it depends. I think it depends on the state you live in. Maybe there's maybe a difference. I'm glad that someone finally recognized what I was drawing. Thank God. I got one more character to put in. Let me see, I put this one. I got 0, lightning. I guess I'll put the other one. I feel like there should be something here. So I might clean it up later. I don't know. But yeah.
Pejorative use of the word slap. That's what it is. Now, it's got some funny moments. It's got some, the music too is pretty good. I like some of the etchy comedy. But by and large, look, it is nothing special. It will never be anything special. In 5 years, people aren't going to remember it was even a thing. Hell, I'm watching it in 2025. It came out in 2020. People probably don't remember it as a thing now.
See, but that's the thing. Some cops will have to stop the situation at hand, but if most cops are usually nice people, they're not really looking to cause issues. I understand there's some cops who just don't give a fuck and some of them are just horrible, but most cops are not looking for a trouble because they don't want to be the next George Floyd incident. You know what I'm saying? So like why be racist to lose your job just to be fucked with for the rest of your life online and not where you live, and they have to change your name? Like, it's not worth being racist for. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta think of it that way. Like, if you're a racist cop, most racist cops will do their best not to, like, at least not get caught in the sense of just obviously, but 9 times out of 10, they don't really want to deal with other minorities if they're racist towards them. They just let you all kill each other like that. So, like, if they hear in the sense, like, there's a shooting, and you're a racist cop, and you don't like a certain minority of people or a certain group of people, and you hear there's a shooting, you're not going. You're definitely not going. You're just gonna stay where you are. Let someone else handle it. Because I don't want to be the next X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? So let someone else take care of it. Whether it's an hour from now, they'll be there. I feel like they generally shouldn't be a cop. No, they shouldn't. But then again, no, they shouldn't. But you know. No, I get what you're saying. They shouldn't, but that's just the world we live in.
Just saw it on the watch list and thought, this looks dumb fun. Because sometimes you're in the mood for some dumb fun. You know, some kind of people like watch Jackass. There's no intellectual value from Jackass. You just want to see motherfuckers get punched in the balls. That's really what it is. So yeah, if you can give me AI-generated anime or manga or whatnot that is at the quality that is, exceeds what I'm seeing right now made by humans, why the fuck would I say no to that? These are just my opinions. Some of yours in the comments down below. Let me know on X when you find me at Bolt the Word. And please do subscribe. I'm a nerdy news channel. I cover nerdy news every day. Not always about AI or the anime scene, but video games, music, movement, Magic the Gathering, you name it. Check us out on Instagram at wordsofparadise_Leon and become a member for $4.99 a month. You can join the Discord, choose the articles you go over on a day-to-day basis, choose the videos we react to on the daily streams, and of course get involved with over 250 other vital idols. We are a bright, beautiful, glowing, vibrant community that I cannot wait to go even further because we do care about diversity. Only one kind of diversity of thought. That's interesting to you. Join the Discord, subscribe. Until next.
I get really scared when they say shit like that. Yeah. We got one more drawing and then we'll call it a night. I was gonna play game, but I don't think anyone cares about that right now.
Bye.
Bakugo's life definitely changes in a big way after the end of My Hero Academia, as first of all, after the final battle with Shigaraki and All for One, Bakugo had a long road of healing that he had to get over just to be able to get out of the hospital, and that's not even speaking about all of the physical therapy he likely had to do to use his arm again. By the very end of the series, we see that adult Bakugo is one of the top heroes, and he still wears 2 gauntlets as part of his costume, although they definitely look different than before. However, with the focus of Bakugo's explosions no longer being in his arms, it's safe to say that that actually helped him in his path to be a hero, since he wouldn't need to put as much strain on them anymore, and I suspect he even took another page out of Deku's book and worked his explosions into his kicks or something to remain as dangerous as he clearly did over the years. We don't know who Bakugo ended up with, but if I had to pick someone, I guess I'd go with Cammy, but
why Cammy?
He made enough money to give more than anyone else towards Deku's Iron Man suit, so this guy might secretly be super rich.
Why Cammy?
Bakugo...
It's an odd one. Why Cammy? I feel like she will irritate the shit out of him. Like, no. You can't get hired. I don't know. Fuck it.
What's up guys, welcome. This video is going to be a bit of a rant, so if that's what you're here for, please sit down and make yourself comfortable. Now, I'm somebody who has used X, formerly known as Twitter, for a very long time. I've shared my work there ever since the very start of my art career. That's like 5 years ago. But unfortunately, my faith in this platform and the future of this platform just keeps deteriorating with each passing day, and here's why. There's been a lot of protests from artists recently about one specific feature that's new to this platform. Here's an example. Boichi has announced that he will officially stop posting his anime and manga illustrations on X due to newly implemented features. Now you might be asking, what are these features that he's talking about? Well, here it is. Isn't that lovely? They've straight up added a new feature, and anyone can just edit your image you posted using Gen AI. So far, it seems like there's no way of turning it off. And they added this on Christmas Eve. What a gift to the world, my god. And under this post, the OP replied, "For AI bros, if they come here, I'm not your papa or your mama. Not here to tell you how to live your life and what and not to do. I know technology is here. The issue is not that. I think we deserve to have a choice to turn it off. It's totally fair that someone doesn't want their work to be used by others, especially by trolls who have anger management issues." Yeah, crazy. And of course, case in point, the trolls were summoned, not gonna lie, funny AF, with an edited image of the original artist's work. Funny AF, in quotes, posts something not at all funny AF. Now, I've posted my work online for the past 5 years, and I've kind of just come to accept the fact that there's always going to be bad actors of some sort who are going to use your work in ways that you didn't intend it to be used and who are going to infringe potentially on your rights. That is just an unavoidable part of being a creative, but for the most part, people do know what is good practice and what is bad practice. When an artist says that they don't want their work to be used without permission or altered in any way, usually most people, civilized people, respect that. Sure, you might not get arrested for it, but most people know not to cross that line. But unfortunately, this button here kind of represents just a blatant overstep of all of that. It's essentially saying, hey, here's a thing that you can do in very bad taste, and you can now do it in just one click.
Fuck.
Amazing. I love it. Oh, Elon, you shouldn't have. Now, I'm coming at this from an artist's perspective, but of course, this issue doesn't just apply to us. This person's got the right idea. Twitter implemented a new update that everyone can edit any uploaded image through AI. For your own safety, I repeat, do not share your IRL pictures on Twitter and make sure you erase all of them while still in time. Now, I think anybody with half a working brain can come to the same conclusion, but when you give this AI edit image button to a bunch of anonymous users on a platform like X, some shit's gonna go down. People are gonna use it for the worst purposes possible. Did they assume the X users were just gonna use this feature to edit people out of the backgrounds of their family photos? Like, seriously, brother, were you guys born yesterday? Here's a great take that I 100% agree with, and you're gonna see it's been proven later in this video. This doesn't just put artists at risk, it puts every Twitter user at risk. Anyone can use AI to edit images of real people posted on this platform. Again, why is this enabled by default without any consent of the people who shared those images? Could not have said it better myself, bro. Where's the choice? I mean, look at Pinterest. They were flooded with AI images, people complained, and what do? They gave us a choice to turn off potentially AI generated images. Now, is that a perfect system? No, it's not. It still needs some tweaks, but that's a great step in the right direction. That's a platform offering its users choice. When the choice is either you post on this platform or you just leave, that's not really a choice, because a lot of artists and other creatives like photographers, they depend on this platform for their livelihoods. You know, some people are not on 3 different platforms. Some people just built up their following on this one platform.
Well, I understand that, but you have to understand we live in a time where just being in one place does not make a lot of sense. A lot of people should have figured it out, especially with the time when TikTok was being shut down. At the time when that was happening like a year or 2 ago. A lot of people should have woken up and say, you know what, I should have started streaming or at least putting my content on the other platforms. For some odd reason, they did not do that. I don't know how they got famous and never thought, maybe I should just repost my shit on Instagram, YouTube, whatever the case may be. I'm already big on TikTok. Only a dumbass would literally sit there and be like, nope, I don't think I need to jump off this platform. I don't think I need to actually, like, you know, put the work in to, like, I don't know, just make sure I have a safety net. No, you're a dumbass. Why would you do this?
Now, a very common argument that I've seen in favor of this is people are going to download your work and feed it to AI anyways, so there's no use complaining about this one feature because it was already happening. But that doesn't make any sense to me, because no matter what you do, there's always going to be bad actors. Yes, but placing this button here is essentially screaming at the average person, telling them, hey, it's okay to do this. Now you, the average Joe who's on the X platform, can do it at the click of a button instead of having to save this image, go to ChatGPT and generate something for yourself. You'd be very surprised, but just having those extra actions there, like saving the image, uploading the image, is going to guarantee that a lot of people don't even think about doing something like this. But now it's front and center. It's like, hey, click me. You can edit anyone's image you want. Here's a post from Elon himself, and you can see there's an image of a couple, and they're going to type in add 2 kids in the image. This is amazing. Where could this possibly go wrong, right, Elon? Who would possibly use this for nefarious purposes? Now, a lot of artists are already affected by this, as you can see here. @Grok placed her at an outdoor Met Gala with a labyrinth-like design, including paper-like walls and occasional bronze sculptures, and brother, seriously, it takes you 0 effort to just look at the artwork, appreciate it, and then move on. Here's another artist posting his work in progress, and somebody said, @Grok, finish the painting. And here's the artist's reaction to that. Honestly, valid, I would have done the exact same thing. There just seems to be a complete disregard and borderline hostility towards artists and creatives on this platform. Implementing an AI edit button like that just tells me you frankly don't give a shit about anybody on your platform. You really don't. Now, on December 30th, I came across this post which said, just look through Grok's media tab and it seems to almost solely be used to undress women. I don't know who discovered this, but a lot of users on X have been using Grok, X's AI, to specifically undress women, put them in bikinis, turning them around so they can see booty cheeks. Again, guys, anonymous platform filled with God knows what kind of people. Who would have imagined this would have happened, right? Just insane behavior. Look at this post. @Grok, put her in a bikini and make her 9 months pregnant. What? This trend is one of the most disgusting things I've seen in some time, man. Everyone doing this should be banned, but Elon Twitter seems to allow using AI to undress women and man without their consent. Here's the image, my friend cosplay, and of course someone had to comment, @Grok, put her in a bikini. Seriously, brother, are we out of our minds? I think maybe the never put your kids' images online was probably correct. Look at this.
This is just gonna, I think this is funny how, I think this was made, and I think this was a political problem. I think they did this so they have a genuine reason to say why you should have your kids have a what you call it? You put a digital thing on your kids. See how many weirdos are out there? I'm like, okay, I get what you're saying, but that feature doesn't have to be there. You put that there. Anyone with a brain would have figured out that would have been a bad idea off rip. That feels like you did that on purpose, so you have a genuine response to say, oh, see, That's why we need to have the children not only kicked off the internet, but also we need you to give your information to us so we know who you are when you're on the internet doing whatever the fuck. No, fuck you. Fuck them kids and fuck you. Don't you want to care about the kids? You want to protect the kids? That's not my kids. Those people's kids. They have to care about their shit kids. That ain't my fucking problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not my kids. You know what I'm saying? Stop trying to make me care about something that has nothing to do with me. That doesn't make no sense. That's like me having a meltdown because I'm trying to care about... That's no more different from the old lady who's a vegan and telling everyone to eat vegan. Don't you care about the animals? Fuck them animals. I'm gonna eat them if they have to. If it's between me and the animal we're on the island, who's getting eaten? Him, not me. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell? Are you stupid? I feel like that was intentional as hell, as Silver just said. That was intentional as shit. That is too blatant for that to happen. But you guys say you want to protect the kids. But the people who want to protect the kids put the very thing in front of us and then be like, see how many weirdos are here? You put that there, though. I'm not denying that there's not weirdos here, but like, come on. Jesus Christ. Like, it's like, let's use another example. It's like, if you had $1 million and you put it $1 million right in front of like Times Square, you think someone's gonna take it? I think virtually everyone's gonna try to take it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you see $1 million, you're gonna run for it. Whether it's dirty money or not, it's just free money to most people because it's just sitting right there. What the fuck?
I can't even show you this full image.
And then you have
hey,
the
bro,
audacity to
make
say,
it a full
oh,
body
this is
pic with
evil
a bikini
people. We
while
need
she
to
has
do
her
something
tongue
about
out,
this. Like,
and it's
no.
covered in, holy Christ, man. This is just beyond disturbing. Like, imagine you post a nice family picture of you on vacation with your parents, and random, strange, deranged, perverted people can now just take that image and do whatever the hell they want with it. We started this video talking about art, but this goes way beyond that. Seriously, in what world is this cool? In my critique videos, what do we always say? Consent is important, okay? You get someone's consent before you edit their work. This is the opposite of that, complete opposite. Why is nobody talking about how ethically sickening and dystopian it is that Gronk is able to do all this with zero repercussions? Literally zero repercussions so far. Now, here's an even more disturbing thought. I just looked through Gronk's media tab and saw someone AI generate a child to wear a mini bikini. Now, if you don't believe that, here's an example. Why the f do you want to see this? Now, you might be thinking, okay, we got to make enough noise so that all of this very disturbing behavior makes its way up to top-level management, to Elon himself, so that we can course correct this platform, okay, and not have any more of this BS.
I mean, what do you mean go to top-level manager? Just tweet the motherfucker. What? Wait, come on. Come on, bro. You have following. You have known several other people with just as big of a following. You can tweet the motherfucker. You don't need to go top-level management. Just tweet them. The same dude you're saying you needed your attention from is the same dude who went after a Somalian girl who threatened him. That's just crazy. Good night. Okay, night, hon. Night, hon. I don't know what you're talking about. Just tweet him. He's literally is Elon Musk. He's literally on the platform. Just say, hey, listen, Elon, we gotta talk, bro. If he doesn't respond, at least you know you did your due diligence on that. But what does that mean? Top level management? I don't think anyone actually pays attention to level management when it comes to Twitter. They just look at Elon Musk. If, say someone said something wild through Twitter staff, they're just going to look at Elon Musk. They're not going to look at the person making the problem. They're just going to look like Elon Musk. That's it. It's like J.K. Rowling. If someone said something crazy in her quarters, they're just going to look at her. That's all they're going to do. You don't have to go to no stupid levels of management. Just tweet the motherfucker. He will probably answer you too. He had a beef with fucking Asmongold at one point. About, I don't know, what was it? It was Diablo or some shit. I'm pretty sure you have a valid point on what you're saying. Just send him this video or talk to him. Shit, he's not gonna talk to me. I'm not in the millions. You are. What the fuck?
Well, it has made its way up to Elon himself, and he responds with this, 2 laughing emojis.
I'm not gonna lie, that is kind of funny. But like, yeah, but... oh my god. Oh my god. Not a best response, not gonna lie, but it is funny.
So you literally can't even say this guy's not aware of what's been going on his platform. Grok can put a bikini on everything, and here's a bikini on a toaster, and Elon says, not sure why, but I couldn't stop laughing about this one. I'm not sure why either, bro. Maybe you're fucking stupid. And this is absolutely rampant, and it's still happening. Here's someone who's posting an image, very nice image, at Grok. Replace her clothes with a black tape bikini. Make her kneel and hold a piece of paper. A paper, of course, containing a very derogatory term. At Grok, put her in a white with gold and diamonds, browns, a long skirt belly dance outfit, showing thong and legs from this angle.
So they're just writing that in the chat? Just writing that in the chat?
Guys, this is pathetic. Okay? To all the people who are working at X, everyone who greenlit this, everyone who's complicit in this is pathetic. Initially, I thought this was just going to be even more hostility towards artists on this platform, but of course, they managed to take it one step further, and now it's hostility towards women. And frankly, I've seen men too. Men who got undressed by Grok without their consent. That is a thing too. Now, I know this seems very bleak and this is probably going to piss off a lot of people, but as of the making of this video, there's still a chance that these things could get turned around. Recently, a BBC article has come out talking about how the government is demanding the X deals with the appalling Grok AI deepfakes. Technology Secretary Liz Kendall has called on Elon Musk's X to urgently deal with its artificial intelligence chatbot Grok being used to create non-consensual sexualized images of women and girls. The BBC has seen multiple examples on X of people asking the bot to digitally undress people to make them appear in bikinis without their consent. Kendall said the situation was absolutely appalling and we cannot and will not allow the proliferation of these degrading images. So they are actively looking into this, and this is honestly our only hope, regulations, because frankly right now X is just not taking any accountability. So here's a quote from somebody who has been a victim of these degrading AI generated images. She says, myself and many other women on X continue to report the inappropriate AI images and videos we are being sent daily. But X continues to reply that there has been no violation of X rules. If these images don't violate X's rules, maybe it's time to change X's rules. Now, I just don't understand what the final goal of all of this is. Like, what are we trying to do here? Do we want to make it so that in the future we can...
Testing. It's testing. They're doing this to test how far they can push Grok. It's ultimately what that is. Everything we feed into that thing is just to show how far they can push Grok and get as much information, text-wise, keyword-wise, everything as possible to see how far they can push this thing. We are the test subjects. This is why I said earlier, this whole shit that we're looking at, this shit is free now. It is free now. In the next 3 to 5 years from now, you gotta be playing up the fucking wazoo for this shit. We're already doing it now with the RAM and shit. It's gonna get worse and worse and worse and worse. It's just gonna keep getting worse. That's just what's gonna happen. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. That's ultimately what's gonna happen here. It's a sad fact, but what can you do? What can you do? There's nothing.
Cannot trust a single image that we see, ever. It's pretty insane that any photo you've ever shared of yourself can now be used and altered in a way that could put you into compromising situations. Not just humiliating situations, but also situations that could get you into real trouble, real legal trouble. Now imagine 5 years down the line, there's a real photo of a real person committing a real crime, and they could just blame it on AI and just say this was AI generated, and no one will ever be held accountable because as a society, we can't trust anything anymore. Is the goal here just to erode all trust from society so that we go from a high trust society into something that barely looks like civilization? Like, what's the point? I've never seen a better application of the quote, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. I can take a picture of you right now, you watching this video, yes you, and I can turn that picture into something very humiliating for you. I absolutely can, but I'm not gonna do that. I shouldn't do that. I think any functioning member of society knows that we shouldn't do certain things. So why is this happening on X? Jesus Christ. So for anybody watching this
It's too
video,
convenient after the whole, we need your information because we protect your kids type thing. That's why. It's too damn convenient. That's what this is. I think they're stirring enough trouble about it so people can bitch and moan and they say, you know what, we'll regulate it. But you have to agree to the terms of service of us having a digital profile on you so we can make this more apparent. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. They're going to use that as a bargaining chip so people can use Twitter again or use any platform. You know what I'm saying? That's what this is. Because that was too blatant for that to just come out of nowhere on Christmas of all things. You know, it's just too on the nose. That feels intentional as shit for that to be there. I think this is a political thing. I think this is just to push the idea to parents that we need a thing where you can just put people's naked and stuff like that and say, look at the children. They could be exploited or some shit like that.
to the very end. Like, if you're an artist, I can't be the one to tell you to keep posting or to stop posting on this platform. I don't even know if I'm going to keep posting or stop posting on this platform. I'm going to definitely keep track of it, though. The worst part of all of this is a lot of people have actually built up their entire livelihoods on platforms like X before it went to shit. So it's not like they can just pick up and leave, because that just means they have no other way of making an income. They can no longer feed themselves. A lot of us do this for a living, and we really have no choice. I've said this many times before, but if I do have a choice, I would not have X installed on my phone. It just seems like every day it just becomes more of a degenerate app promoting degenerate behavior from a person at the very top who I actually used to respect a lot, but he has just promoted time and time again more and more degenerate behavior that just I can no longer defend any of this. Here's what I'm going to leave you with, okay? If you're an artist and you're watching this video and you're worried about all of this, do not let stuff like this situation stop you from sharing your work online, but at the same time, do not let anybody stop you from voicing your discontent with the current situation. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm going to voice my discontent. But also, if you're an artist, try to curate your page, whether it be a page on Instagram or on X, to have only your own authentic artworks. Be clear about your process. Be clear about your workflows. Be clear that you are a human artist. You don't indulge in that AI bullshit. And curate a body of work. Doesn't have to be the highest quality work in the world, but just as long as it's authentic and it's you. That's what I try to do on my Instagram page, and that's what a lot of artists that I know try to do as well. So that anytime somebody sees a post that you have made, they know that this is AI free, this is human made. And it's like a little pocket, a tiny island of authenticity in an ocean of slop. That's all we can do. Let's just keep creating, let's make beautiful things, and let's work for ourselves. Let's do this for ourselves, for each other. Don't let this stop you from creating, but also don't let anybody stop you from talking your shit. Anyways, guys, that's my rant. End of rant. Go in the comments and let me know what you guys think. This is the stupidest situation that I've ever seen, guys.
Alright guys, we're done here. So with that said, I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you guys for coming in. I do appreciate it very much so. It's very 10 something. So I'll let you guys go. I appreciate it. I did my GAD guard. Well, this is not technically done, but... Oh, it's not technically done, but it's done close enough. Tomorrow we're going to work on the animatic. I'm not going to do any sketches. I'm going to go straight to the animatic. And hope for the best. Make sure. Actually, his name, that one is this. It's name is this one. Okay, like first thing up. There you go. All right, that was pretty cool. yeah. Alright, night guys. I'm out. Bye.